been a priority for the OAS. The OAS study works with all member states to identify common challenges and define solutions through policy dialogue, which is transformed into action through technical cooperation initiatives. Policy dialogue is central to our work in development. The OAS study convenes development leaders in 11 ministerial meetings and high-level processes on priority areas such as competitiveness, labor, education, among others. Technical cooperation initiatives emerge from ongoing dialogue and are therefore established with built-in political support. All of our actions place people at the center, generating a multiplier effect in the region. We enhance human capacity by working with key stakeholders. This strengthens institutions, improving policies and programs, benefiting millions of people in the Americas. Our ability to deliver results relies on broad collaboration. Partnerships for Development, Cooperación Solidaria, is a unique OAS concept which recognizes that each member state, regardless of its size, wealth, or level of development, has value to share and can learn from others. This concept also includes close collaboration with other partners, amplifying our reach and impact. As we mark 70 years of work on development, we take a look back. This long evolution, driven by member states, has fine-tuned our unique model to support inter-American development. Today, all of our efforts fall into 5 strategic priorities: inclusive and competitive economies, sustainable development, education and human development, decent work for all, development cooperation, and partnerships. These are aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals and the regional attainment of the 2030 Agenda. These priorities are also areas where the OAS study has extensive experience and proven impact. We have come a long way. But still have much work to do. "70 years ago, an inter-American dream and promise was enshrined in the OAS Charter. We can deliver on this promise. Our future leaders are counting on us." My kids have been there for over an year right now. And children are friends. It doesn't matter where they come from.
Trabajamos la cultura de paz con actividades culturales, con actividades artísticas como se puede ver, con música como está sonando, pero también por nuestra propia presencia, porque somos básicamente una organización que trabaja el concepto de paz de manera activa y acá se puede ver de forma tangible. Nosotros estamos en una zona netamente selvática. La línea de adyacencia va desde el norte hasta el sur, va desde Modesto Méndez hasta Aguas Turbias, tanto en el norte como en el sur. Esta línea tiene 215 kilómetros de extensión.
De ahí vino él y se trabajó creo con los de la OEA y de ahí vino el proyecto para aquí, para jugar. Y fue que le dieron el terreno y le dieron todo que era mano de obra y el material para hacer las casas que están ahorita. Y por ese motivo estamos aquí viviendo ahorita.
We make small advances from day to day, whether it's organizing community contacts across the adjacency line, teaching music, building a school, or coordinating between the two countries' armed forces. We are constantly present, working on the implementation and execution of confidence-building measures. With the support of the OAS, we truly believe that police in Guatemala are closer than ever to finding a permanent solution to their centuries-old conflict.
Children will be children, and they have harmony. They don't see each other as a different country, but they see each other that they're growing together.
Esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
More than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
development cooperation has always been a priority for the OAS. The OAS SETI works with all member states to identify common challenges and find solutions through policy dialogue, which is transformed into action through technical cooperation initiatives. Policy dialogue is central to our work in development. The OAS SETI convenes development leaders in 11 ministerial meetings and high-level processes on priority areas such as competitiveness, labor, education, among others. Technical cooperation initiatives emerge from ongoing dialogue and are therefore established with built-in political support. All of our actions place people at the center, generating a multiplier effect in the region. We enhance human capacity by working with key stakeholders. This strengthens institutions, improving policies and programs, benefiting millions of people in the Americas. Our ability to deliver results relies on broad collaboration. Partnerships for Development, Cooperación Solidaria, is a unique OAS concept which recognizes that each member state, regardless of its size, wealth, or level of development, has value to share and can learn from others. This concept also includes close collaboration with other partners, amplifying our reach and impact. As we mark 70 years of work on development, we take a look back. This long evolution, driven by member states, has fine-tuned our unique model to support inter-American development. Today, all of our efforts fall into 5 strategic priorities: inclusive and competitive economies, sustainable development, education and human development, decent work for all, development cooperation, and partnerships. These are aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals and the regional attainment of the 2030 Agenda. These priorities are also areas where the OAS SETI has extensive experience and proven impact. We have come a long way. have much work to do. "70 years ago, an inter-American dream and promise was enshrined in the OAS Charter. We can deliver on this promise. Our future leaders are counting on us."
Me and my kids have been there for over an year right now. And children are friends. It doesn't matter where they come from.
Por un lado, trabajamos la cultura de paz, con actividades culturales, con actividades artísticas, como se puede ver, con música como está sonando, pero también por nuestra propia presencia, porque somos básicamente una organización que trabaja el concepto de paz de manera activa, y acá se puede ver de forma tangible.
Nosotros estamos en una zona netamente selvática. La línea de adyacencia va desde el norte hasta el sur, va desde Modesto Méndez hasta Aguas Turbias, tanto en el norte como en el sur. Esta línea tiene 215 kilómetros de extensión.
De ahí vino él, se buscó creo con los de la OEA y de ahí vino el proyecto para acá, para Judá. Y fue que le dieron el terreno, y le dieron todo que era mano de obra y el material para hacer las casas que están ahorita. Y por ese motivo estamos aquí viviendo todavía.
We make small advances from day to day, whether it's organizing community contacts across the adjacency line, teaching music, building a school, or coordinating between the two countries' armed forces. We are constantly present, working on the implementation and execution of confidence-building measures. With the support of the OAS, we truly believe that police in Guatemala are closer than ever to finding a permanent solution to their centuries-old conflict.
Children will be children, and they have harmony. They don't see each other as a different country, but they see each other that they're growing together.
Esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
More than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
development cooperation has always been a priority for the OAS. The OAS SETI works with all member states to identify common challenges and define solutions through policy dialogue, which is transformed into action through technical cooperation initiatives. Policy dialogue is central to our work in development. The OAS SETI convenes development leaders in 11 ministerial meetings and high-level processes on priority areas such as competitiveness, labor, education, among others. Technical cooperation initiatives emerge from ongoing dialogue and are therefore established with built-in political support. All of our actions place people at the center, generating a multiplier effect in the region. We enhance human capacity by working with key stakeholders. This strengthens institutions, improving policies and programs, benefiting millions of people in the Americas. Our ability to deliver results relies on broad collaboration. Partnerships for Development, Cooperación Solidaria, is a unique OAS concept which recognizes that each member state, regardless of its size, wealth, or level of development, has value to share and can learn from others. This concept also includes close collaboration with other partners, amplifying our reach and impact. As we mark 70 years of work on development, we take a look back. This long evolution, driven by member states, has fine-tuned our unique model to support inter-American development. Today, all of our efforts fall into 5 strategic priorities: inclusive and competitive economies, sustainable development, education and human development, decent work for all, development cooperation, and partnerships. These are aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals and the regional attainment of the 2030 Agenda. These priorities are also areas where the OAS SETI has extensive experience and proven impact. We have come a long way. still have much work to do. "70 years ago, an inter-American dream and promise was enshrined in the OAS Charter. We can deliver on this promise. Our future leaders are counting on us."
Me and my kids have been there for over an year right now. And children are friends. It doesn't matter where they come from.
Trabajamos la cultura de paz con actividades culturales, con actividades artísticas, como se puede ver, con música como está sonando, pero también por nuestra propia presencia, porque somos básicamente una organización que trabaja el concepto de paz de manera activa y acá se puede ver de forma tangible.
Nosotros estamos en una zona netamente selvática. La línea de adyacencia va desde el norte hasta el sur, va desde Modesto Méndez hasta Aguas Turbias, tanto en el norte como en el sur. Esta línea tiene 215 kilómetros de extensión.
De ahí vino él, se evocó creo con los de la OEA y de ahí vino el proyecto para acá, para Judá. Y fue que le dieron el terreno, y le dieron todo que era mano de obra y el material para hacer las casas que están ahorita. Y por ese motivo estamos aquí viviendo ahorita.
We make small advances from day to day, whether it's organizing community contacts across the adjacency line, teaching music, building a school, or coordinating between the two countries' armed forces. We are constantly present, working on the implementation and execution of confidence-building measures. With the support of the OAS, we truly believe that Belize and Guatemala are closer than ever to finding a permanent solution to their centuries-old conflict.
Children will be children, and they have harmony. They don't see each other as a different country, but they see each other that they're growing together.
Esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
Delegations that have connected and done the sound and screen test to constitute the official quorum. Connected we have this morning Argentina, Bahamas, Barbados, Belize, Bolivia, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Dominica, Ecuador, El Salvador, the United States, Grenada, Guyana, Haiti, Honduras, Nicaragua, Paraguay, Dominican Republic, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Lucia, Suriname, Trinidad and Tobago, Uruguay, and Venezuela. We have quorum, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Monsieur le secrétaire général, Monsieur le secrétaire général adjoint, Mesdames, Messieurs les observateurs permanents, les représentants,
Dear permanent observers to the OAS, Secretary General, I hereby declare open this special session of the Permanent Council for dialogue with our permanent observers. If there are no requests for the floor, we will adopt the draft order of business CP/OD .2287/20. It is hereby adopted. I am delighted to preside over the special session of the Permanent Council in light of Resolution CP-Res 1112 for dialogue with our strategic partners, that is, permanent observers of the Organization of American States. The entire planet is on tenterhooks in the face of the devastation from the pandemic, and we need to boost our exchange of information good practices and strategies while also strengthening intergovernmental cooperation. Therefore, today's dialogue with countries from regions of the world is very timely. At the outset, I would like to thank all permanent observers for attending this virtual session today. We are holding a dialogue with our distinguished representatives from 11 permanent observers, including the Secretary of State of Spain for Foreign Affairs, Latin America and the Caribbean, Madam Cristina Galach. We would like to give her a warm welcome. On behalf of the Permanent Council, I would like to recognize the active role played by permanent observers to the OAS. Your support has contributed to strengthening our institutional capacities and carrying out various projects within the region. We greatly appreciate this exchange of information and good practices, as well as the financial support that you provide the OAS. Between 2017 and 2019 alone, your contribution to the OAS rose to over $56 million. This partnership has benefited the people of Latin America and the Caribbean in many different areas. That is why, on behalf of the Permanent Council, I would like to express our desire to continue strengthening our relations on behalf of consolidating peace, sustainable development, and building freer, fairer, more dignified societies. Once again, thank you. We are delighted to have this fruitful dialogue, dear colleagues. During today's session, the permanent observers will share their national responses to the COVID-19 crisis in cooperation, information exchange, and promotion of partnership in the current context. Before we get started, I would like to invite the Secretary General, Mr. Luis Almagro, to say a few words. Mr. Secretary General, I give you the floor. Thank you, Chair. The permanent observers are key actors in defending and promoting values such as democracy, human rights, development, and security in the Americas, and their contribution has a huge impact on behalf of our people. Today, we are facing an unprecedented situation, and it would be impossible for us to overcome this alone as a region. This highlights how important strategic dialogue is with our permanent observers on an ongoing basis. PAHO has noted that we have nearly 3 million cases of COVID-19, which is about half of all cases in the world. As a result of the pandemic, we need to build a new era of global solidarity. We must strengthen our existing partnerships and form new ones as well. We need good flows of information, sharing experiences with our permanent observers and member states, and we have huge potential for cooperation with the public and private sectors as well as civil society, our partners, and many more to seek the best way to use our resources and find creative solutions to problems. We need to work with our observers, particularly those that are not present in every country of the region, and we shouldn't forget how vulnerable our countries are to these threats. Latin America and the Caribbean is facing its worst economic crisis in history. 35% of the population lives in poverty. This cycle has not yet ended. The economic and social consequences are tragic, particularly in the Caribbean as we begin the hurricane season, and we need to be aware of the vulnerabilities caused by debt in countries of the region and provide fiscal solutions as well. We must also note investment in social development, which is more necessary than ever if we are going to overcome our fragilities. We have deep inequality in our region, and this is much worse for refugees, migrants, women, and the impoverished. We need to have an approach which focuses on the human aspects of our region, and we need integrated timely responses to protect fundamental rights. Human rights in this context are particularly vulnerable. We also need to look at social and environmental rights. Democracy cannot be a victim of COVID-19. In the face of this pandemic, we will seek out the most appropriate way to protect our populations, and no one political system can ensure the integrity of a state. At the same time, we need to strengthen freedoms, institutionality, and citizens' rights. Therefore, continuing our observer missions is an important part of consolidating democracy, and we also need to look at ensuring that our justice systems are functioning and improve our prison systems in the face of the pandemic. This is a great opportunity for organized crime to take advantage of a situation, and we need to also keep an eye on the post-COVID-19 reality. We need to promote any efforts to avoid corruption, as well as boost transparency and provide financial resources in order to take on this crisis.
De la Universidad de Yale, Frank Snowden, dicen que las epidemias parecen ser un espejo para los seres humanos que ponen al descubierto.
It is only through inclusive cooperation through this pandemic that we will be able to address this situation and improve what we have done so far. I hope that this dialogue will deepen intersectoral and international cooperation among us all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all. Thank you, Secretary General. The next order of business point has to do with the national response to the COVID-19 crisis, as well as cooperation and sharing of information and promotion of partnerships in the current context. We are going to hear from two groups in order to facilitate this dialogue. First, we're going to hear a presentation from the Secretary of State of Foreign Affairs and Iberoamerica and the Caribbean from Spain, Cristina Galash. Secretary, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman of the Permanent Council. I hope you can hear me, and I hope you can also see me. We can hear you very well, Secretary, and now we can see you. Great, thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador Charles, Chairman of the Permanent Council, Secretary General Luis Almagro, Assistant Secretary General Nelson Mendez. It is truly an honor to address the Permanent Council. First and foremost, allow me to express my solidarity and sincere condolences to all of those who have been victims of COVID. And also, thank you all for the assistance and support Spain has received from all of you as countries and organizations you represent. For us, the assistance we have received has also been very important in organizing a number of repatriation flights, which have allowed for thousands of my fellow countrymen and women to find their ways back home and to be here. Thank you all very much. We're currently experiencing a situation in which the international community, as the Secretary General said, must respond to one of the biggest challenges we have ever seen. This is a global health crisis that is also a social and economic crisis. This is time for international cooperation. This pandemic has shown how important it is to look at the challenges we're facing and understand that it is a shared responsibility. There is need for us to work to address this together. Octavio Paz said that architecture is the witness of history. And this is because we cannot talk about a great building if we don't also recognize that it has borne witness to an era, to a culture, to society, to intentions. The architecture of the international system that Spain is committed to is founded on robust and efficient multilateralism, as well as inclusive and action and solidarity. On these pillars, we have had to find innovative ways to maintain our bilateral relations with each of your countries. And also for issues that are of interest to the entire region, we have prioritized 6 work streams. The first is cooperation in combating COVID. Next is redesigning our development assistance in order to provide an improved response to the pandemic, cooperation through initiatives as well that ensure that countries in Latin America have access to the necessary resources to respond to the health and economic challenges, deepening the ties between the EU and the region, preparing for the Ibero-American Summit slated for November, and finally, managing the crisis in Venezuela. Of these 6 work streams, I am going to share a few details on some. This crisis has come at different times throughout our regions. Spain has gone through this battering by the crisis before Latin America did. This is why we wanted to make the most of our experience in order to share our situation and ideas for action through dialogue. These are what we have called the dialogue to beat COVID. They have been held in different formats and address different topics, but at the ministry level and through experts and heads of state and government, we have gotten a great deal of information. We had a meeting with the prime ministers of the OAS, the states of the Eastern Caribbean. The OAS has been a key partner in deepening this dialogue in this time of crisis. We have all learned from this and all been witness to the generosity and the sharing of experiences, and ultimately that was the main goal. In terms of the challenges posed by COVID to our healthcare systems, as advocates for healthcare assistance, we believe that that is key to overcoming this pandemic and future ones. We have held consistent contact and communication with PAHO to look at practical ways of cooperation. We've held dialogue with them on de-escalation mechanisms and other shared experiences. Additionally, economic recovery is going to be an urgent need because the data are shocking. Countries are going to need access to resources, particularly from international financial institutions. And Spain has committed and started working in this regard. Solidarity is one of the 3 fundamental pillars I have mentioned in our actions. And this is why I would like to conclude my remarks by addressing the situation in Venezuela. This pandemic has forced into a backseat other crises that still require attention. And one of these is the crisis of immigrant refugees who have been displaced out of Venezuela. The region has been an example of solidarity and of standing shoulder to shoulder, but should not be left to deal with the situation alone. And this is why on May 26th, Spain, the European Union, along with the UNHCR and the IOM, put together an international conference for donors to support refugees and migrants from Venezuela, as well as the countries that have taken them in. At this time, I wish to express how pleased the government of Spain has been with the results that came out of this conference. And express our gratitude for all of the different players who participated and showed solidarity. This was a clear example of cooperation and the fact that we have not forgotten about this tragedy, and that we should all recognize, as host countries, continue to show generosity and solidarity. I also believe that there are three specific things that are very important that we must address as we think about Venezuela. First of all, there should be follow-up on the commitments already made. Those commitments should be delivered. They are both urgent and necessary. Secondly, we must work harder to help Venezuelans in the country, and we urge the UN system to put together a plan and a response that I'm sure Spain can stand behind. Thirdly, I wish to highlight that we know that none of this can be sustainable without a solution and a response that is political in nature. We need to join together in building strategies. We believe that we need efficient strategies, and that we should measure the efficiency of these strategies not only based on how many words we say or how firm we are in our remarks, but mainly based on the results garnered and understanding whether these results bring us closer to or further away from a solution. So that is how we come to the Oslo process. And on this, we provide a criteria through the International Contact Group, and we hope, as we have requested, that we are convened soon, and we wish to work through this framework together to the extent possible to find a solution and ensure that this solution is based on the need for all of us to come together around the table. These times have posed unknown challenges to all of us, and that is because they're new, both in their magnitude as well as in their nature. And Spain is convinced that the only way out of this crisis is together. We must leave this hand in hand. And so I would like to close by expressing that I am convinced that the next Ibero-American Summit in Andorra, slated for November, become a great opportunity to continue to contribute to a response to this global challenge that has been posed by COVID, and to the many other challenges the region is facing that we cannot lose sight of. We want to contribute to the solution for all of these challenges. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for offering me the floor and for allowing me to be here with you at this Permanent Council meeting. Thank you very much, Secretary, for that wonderful presentation. Thank you. Now, before offering the floor to the French representation, we would like to acknowledge Lucelena Baños. Thank you for being with us, Ambassador. Now we offer the floor to Anne de la Blache, Ambassador of the Permanent Mission of France. You have the floor, ma'am. Hello, Mr. Chairman of the Permanent Council, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, colleagues and friends. For 6 months now, the world has been facing a pandemic that has posed major challenges to international organizations and governments. France was one of the countries most affected by this pandemic. 155,000 people lost or were infected, and 29,300 people lost their lives to the virus. In response to this crisis, the government took strong measures and declared on March 16th a national lockdown. As we all know, and countries in the continent know, has been very difficult. But what we have seen is that, according to data, 600,000 lives could have been saved thanks to that lockdown in France alone, and many more in other areas. At the same time, an emergency social and economic plan has been adopted for 110 billion euros, and that is mainly for low-income families and also for acquiring medical equipment and PPEs that were missing in the beginning. France, like many other countries, had to address a number of different obstacles and major challenges in the beginning of this crisis. But since then, France has gone into a phased reopening that is based on the health situation and the hospital capacities throughout the regions. A second phase started on June 2nd, but we must still be cautious. In that context, a new app for contact tracing called Stop COVID was developed in a French research center specializing in information sciences in RIA and was authorized by the parliament. It is voluntary and helps to identify and track with data privacy individuals who are infected and people who have been in contact with someone infected by COVID. We have already over 1 million users since it was launched. Now, in addition to the domestic efforts, FLAN has been very active internationally. This was an opportunity for France to reiterate our commitment to multilateralism and our support for the WHO and PAHO, which we are participants and members of in fighting against this pandemic. This Alliance for Multilateralism on April 20th adopted a declaration for enhanced cooperation and solidarity to respond to COVID-19, which was signed by a number of different countries in the EU, including France and other countries in the Americas. It calls for collective action to respond to the pandemic in line with international law, and of course, that includes human rights. In the spirit of solidarity, on April 14th, there was the Initiative Act, which is Access to COVID-19 Tools Accelerator, which was a global cooperation mechanism aimed at speeding up development, production, and ensuring equitable distribution to treatment and future COVID-19 vaccines. President Macron played a key role in launching this initiative, signed by 25 countries, and is directly inspired by the proposal made to the WHO by President Alvarado of Costa Rica. And Costa Rica, along with France, is part of a small group that was behind this initiative. On May 4th, there was a pledging conference called by the European Union that led to $8 billion in pledges. The president of France announced last week a doubling of this contribution from France to the Gafi, which will go from 250 to 500 million euros from 2021 to 2026. President Macron also reiterated last week how important it is to ensure that the future vaccine for COVID become a global public good. Now, bilaterally, France has relations with all countries in the region, that is Latin America and the Caribbean. The spread of this pandemic and the closing of borders led us to carrying out a vast operation for repatriation, as we heard from Spain as well. Thanks to our work with consulates and solidarity in Europe, we had over 170,000 tourists who were able to come to France. But thanks to the cooperation with consulates and the different countries, we were able to repatriate these individuals. And this is the case for Argentina as one of the examples. In terms of an emergency response in solidarity, along with our countries who are partners in America, in the Latin America and the Caribbean, we're able to provide some medical equipment to French Guyana and Opiac and the state of Amapa in Brazil, as well as in Colombia and Bolivia. Understanding that there are vulnerabilities in countries in the Caribbean because we have territory in the Caribbean as well, the French military for the Caribbean conducted a humanitarian assistance mission, providing face masks and transporting emergency cargo for Belize, Haiti, Trinidad, and Barbados, and will eventually also be provided to Panama, St. Vincent, the Grenadines, Grenada, and St. Kitts. This crisis center under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs also provided 940,000 euros in financing to Haiti and providing equipment and assistance to the most remote areas and for the most underprivileged families. The AFD, or the Cooperation Agency in France, conducted emergency operations in Latin America and the Caribbean to support SMEs through lines of credit and to ensure there is enhanced public policy to combat this pandemic. In Ecuador, there has been assistance provided for local responses and to support SMEs. In Haiti, there was 1.2 million euros provided to the Guesquio Center to purchase the different protection equipments and testing kits necessary. Now, this crisis can also be an opportunity to create between Europe and the Americas, between France and Latin American and Caribbean countries, a deeper cooperation by focusing on research and cooperation. In Chile, for example, an IT center selected Chile in 2012 to create its research center in the Americas. It is going to help to address this pandemic through the Ecoban project in providing the different lines of work that led to stop COVID as well, as I mentioned earlier. France also supports medical research in order to have long-term responses to this pandemic. We're currently working on creating a regional high-level center to provide sequencing and respiratory infection research that will be the first in the Americas. This is going to be supported in France and Peru as one of the examples of the countries. France is going to provide assistance to increase solidarity with the countries going forward. The AFD currently provides sovereign loans for education initiatives for the most vulnerable, but also to enhance social benefits and safety nets and healthcare policies in the region. Our Minister of France of Overseas Territories stated that this crisis has intensified the health, social, and economic pre-existing crises in the region. And that means that we need to provide a framework that allows us to build the societies we want tomorrow through solidarity and building a more global system that is better protected and is enhanced through international cooperation will help us with not only human rights, but all pillars of the OAS, and will help us to address this unprecedented crisis. Now, before concluding, I wish to warmly welcome Ambassador Carbel Monton from the Permanent Observer Mission of Spain. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador, for that presentation. We're now going to offer the floor to the Permanent Observer of Italy, Ambassador Simone De Santi. You have the floor. Chairman of the Permanent Council, Leon Charles, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, Minister Christina Gallic, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen. Just a few days ago, on June 2nd, Italy celebrated Republic Day. Now, of course, this year was not like previous years because we didn't have an opportunity to come together to celebrate the special friendship that exists between Italy and the Americas due to COVID-19. Allow me to first thank member countries for what they shared and for providing solidarity. This was more than anything an important time to express our support for our democracies and see how we can help address challenges like the one we're facing now. In 1946, our country became a republic, and at that difficult time following the Second World War, we made a commitment to multilateralism and saw it as the best way to move towards peace, security, growth, and progress. Italy became a founding member of the European Union. In 1972, became a permanent observer of the Organization of American States. History has shown us on several occasions that global challenges require multilateral responses like this COVID-19 pandemic. In Italy, as in the Americas, the acts of heroism and solidarity and unity in the face of sacrifice and These challenges have been this symbol of our joint response to coronavirus. Our prayers go out to the victims, both in Europe and in the Americas. But we also honor them through enhanced solidarity and international cooperation. This is why Italy has been proactive at all levels, but particularly multilaterally in asking for concerted and multidimensional responses.
Despite the dramatic impact of the pandemic in Italy, from which we are now recovering, our country has been fully and responsibly committed to the global multilateral response to COVID-19. In recent weeks, I've had the pleasure of sharing various initiatives with the OAS membership taken by Italy in order to enhance cooperation. But allow me today to offer an updated picture. In the framework of the United Nations, Italy co-sponsored the two main resolutions on global solidarity and cooperation for access to future vaccines, needed medical equipment, and other treatments. In the context of G7, Italy has promoted the establishment of an international alliance for a COVID-19 vaccine proposed by our Foreign Minister, Luigi Di Maio, during the G7 Ministerial on March 25th. As a result, we co-launched, along with many countries also represented here today, the ACT Accelerator, the so-called Access to COVID-19 Tools Accelerator, and co-led the Coronavirus Global Response Pledging Conference in partnership with the European Union and other key partner countries, members of this international alliance, to accelerate and scale up efforts for a vaccine, therapeutics, and diagnostics. Italy has also announced more than 400 million euros of contributions to sustain the global efforts and the ACT Accelerator in particular, including multilateral contributions to the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations, CEPI, the Global Alliance for Vaccines and Immunization, Gavi, the Global Fund, and the World Health Organization. Additionally, during the recent Global Vaccine Summit, our Prime Minister, Giuseppe Conte, announced further contribution to support the global immunization in developing and fragile countries and the equitable access to a vaccine through the Global Alliance for Vaccines and Immunizations, Gavi. These contributions bring the total support of Italy to Gavi to almost 480 million euros for the next replenishment cycles. Looking forward, our diplomatic action continues on many fronts, and I wish to mention two fronts in particular that I recently shared with the OAS membership. Firstly, Italy is promoting the establishment of a food coalition in the context of the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization, which is based in Rome, to create a network of international solidarity to respond to the new critical challenge that the pandemic is causing on food supply systems. Secondly, I would like to recall that Italy will hold the next G20 presidency. And also in that forum, we will be committed to strengthening the response to the pandemic and encouraging a sustainable recovery in line with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. As stated by Prime Minister Conte during the recent high-level event on financing for development in the era of COVID-19 and beyond, promoted by the United Nations, Canada, and Jamaica, present here today, of course, we must now strengthen our recovery capacity and our health systems, but also protect and rebuild on new foundations, our social and economic fabric. We must transform this crisis into an opportunity to transform our societies. Finally, I wish to renew to all the permanent members, the Presidency of the Council, the Secretariat, and the Department of External and Institutional Relations, my gratitude for the work that goes into the preparation of this dialogue, which is a result of a resolution approved in 2018 on which we all work together in order to enhance the strategic partnership between observers and permanent members. In this regard, I can reassure you that Italy is more than ever committed to working with the OAS in all four pillars: democracy, human rights, security, development, and all the new challenges we face together, with the confidence that multilateralism is always our best ally for success. I thank you all, and a special welcome also to our new European colleague from the Permanent Observer of Spain, Ambassador Carmen Monton Jimenez, who joins us today for the first time. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Ambassadeur Di Santi, pour
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for your presentation. Now we will give the floor to the
Monseigneur Mark Miles. Monseigneur, vous avez...
Monsignor, I give you the floor. Chair, distinguished colleagues, my delegation would like to take this opportunity to welcome Ambassador Carmen Menton Jimenez, the permanent representative of Spain, and we wish her the very best in all her endeavors and at the OAS. Today, my delegation would like to thank the Permanent Council for convening this meeting. We are very grateful for the opportunity in order to share ideas and promote cooperation. This is, of course, extremely important, particularly in the current context of a global pandemic, COVID-19. The Pope Francis has highlighted the importance of creating an integrated economy that is focused on human beings and the needs of our most vulnerable brothers and sisters. This particularly highlights brotherhood and solidarity for the common good, and when we face shared challenges in this context, in our shared house, we have deep ties amongst ourselves and with God. And outside of any rhetoric, this idea that everything is interconnected is a call to reflect on how we are responding to this global crisis, avoiding falling into indifference, selfishness, and division, and keeping in mind that we will have a much greater impact whenever we act in concert as a single human family. Today, my delegation would like to highlight three very specific issues with regard to the main response from the Holy See in the face of this crisis.
Firstly, with this pandemic and its devastating consequences, we are impelled to take a step back and to reflect on our ways of living while seeking innovative solutions that are not politicized, divisive, or tendentious. Any attempt, on the contrary, at taking advantage of the situation to push particular political or ideological agendas may only exacerbate tensions and lead to unhelpful confrontation. Some signs of fraternity and solidarity within the international community are already evident in the efforts to combat and prevent the spread of the virus. In this regard, Pope Francis remarked last month, "I would like to support and encourage the international cooperation that is launching various initiatives aimed at responding adequately and effectively to the serious crisis we are experiencing. Indeed, it is important to bring together scientific capabilities in a transparent and disinterested way in order to find vaccines and treatments and to guarantee universal access to essential technologies that will enable every infected person in every part of the world to receive the necessary health care." The second consideration pertains to the especially challenging consequences occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic on the economy and on employment, on those working in the informal sector, and on remittances. Cardinal Pietro Parolin, Secretary of State, underlined some aspects of this concern just a few days ago when he suggested a reconsideration of economic and trade blockades on the part of those who have imposed them, keeping in mind those who are the object of and those who are impacted by such measures. He also insisted on the urgent necessity to garner goodwill on the part of all to ensure unhindered, safe and secure access to humanitarian and health assistance to those most in need, including in particular migrants and the internally displaced. The third consideration concerns the response of the Catholic Church, which is present in an assuming way in each member state. Indeed, the Church, through her parishes, hospitals, clinics, schools, universities, and charitable organizations, is supporting many people, especially those most affected by the pandemic. The Vatican COVID-19 Commission is reinforcing the effort to address this global challenge through research, dialogue, reflection, and humanitarian coordination. Mr. Chairman, please be assured of the willingness of the Holy See to support this organization in the combined and concerted efforts at battling COVID-19 and its effects. My delegation concludes with the recent words of Pope Francis. An emergency like that of COVID-19 is overcome with, above all, the antibodies of solidarity, a lesson that will break all the fatalism in which we may have immersed ourselves and that will allow us to feel once again as creators and protagonists of a common history, and thus to respond together to so many evils that afflict millions of people around the world. We cannot afford to write present and future history by turning our backs on the suffering of so many. It is the Lord who will ask us again, where is your brother? And in the way we respond, may the soul of our peoples be revealed to us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Je remercie.
Thank you very much, Monsignor Miles. Now I will give the floor to the permanent observer of the European Union, Ambassador Stavros Lambrinides. Ambassador, I give you the floor.
Thank you much. Buenos dias to everyone. Chair, Ambassador Charles, distinguished permanent representatives to the OAS, Secretary General of the OAS, Luis Almagro, Assistant Secretary General, fellow permanent observers and guests. I wish to first thank the Chair of the Permanent Council for inviting the European Union to present the EU's response to the COVID-19 pandemic, and also our cooperation with the region and the Organization of American States throughout this challenging period. The OAS has become a key platform to exchange information and debate, and is a valuable, invaluable forum for helping us to address challenges together. And maintaining an open dialogue, exchanging information, sharing best practices, and all is all the more relevant in the current crises when the COVID-19 pandemic is hitting our North American, Latin American, and Caribbean counterparts so hard. I will focus initially on the EU response internally and then go to the global one. Now, as many of you know, the EU has also been very severely hit by COVID-19. Over 1,400,000 cases, about 167,000 deaths have been reported in the EU, European Economic Area, and the United Kingdom. Now, one thing that we did is that we reignited solidarity. Solidarity is not charity. Solidarity is the only way to be able to address a global crisis, both internally in the EU and in the world. And that is what we did. We started coordinating very soon after the crisis together and reinforcing national efforts to stop the spread of the virus, and mobilizing emergency funds and equipment for the healthcare sector. More than 3.5 trillion euros were given immediately to our member states through a whole host of new instruments to be able to support people in work, to be able to support frontline workers, to be able to save lives. And we also ensured that we could procure collectively, not every member state separately, the necessary protective equipment for the health services in Europe to be able to address this terrible pandemic. Now, we also mobilized to ensure food security and to create green lanes, as we call them, to maintain the supply of goods, facilitating, for instance, customs procedures for agricultural products, and more than that. We wanted to make sure that international trade into the EU would not stop because of this pandemic. Fighting disinformation has also been a challenge that we have faced during the crisis. In order to ensure availability of objective and accurate data, we set up an expert panel to deliver independent scientific guidance. And the European Centre for Disease Prevention and Control has been providing rapid assessment and epidemiological updates. And we have not been alone in this. We have been cooperating closely with the World Health Health Organization and its regional branches, such as the Pan American Health Organization, PAHO, throughout the crisis, fostering information exchanges, expertise, and funding. Now, dear friends, to help address the severe and unprecedented economic impact of the pandemic, we did focus on saving jobs in Europe, and we did focus on saving livelihoods and businesses in Europe, and we managed to raise funds in financial markets to do so. We also have focused on recovery. And just on the 27th of May, the European Commission presented a long-term EU budget for 2021 to 2027, focusing on productive investment oriented to achieving objectives connected to the Green Deal and to digitalization, which we consider key for the sustainable and prosperous future of our regions, not just Europe, around the world. We are also targeting hard-hit sectors, such as agriculture, fisheries, and tourism, and the most hard-hit countries in the EU. Once adopted, what we call the Next Generation EU Recovery Fund will mobilize 750 billion euros that we collect collectively from the world markets. Targeted reinforcements could bring the total financial firepower of the EU budget close to 1.9 trillion euros. This is an exceptional budget, but we are facing this together. And let me say, Europe's economic recovery, it's not just its own business. In Latin America, we are among the biggest trade and investment partners of virtually every country in the region. If we do well, if we are able to have a healthy, strong European Union recovery, that will be crucial for the recovery of Latin American countries as well, of the Americans more broadly. Now, dear friends, we are coming out of this gradually. We are opening up gradually. And you will note, we note, that there are challenges there that also relate to values and fundamental rights. Tracing apps can be tremendously important in helping us contain a respread of the virus. At the same time, if they're not applied effectively, if not applied to human rights standards, they can take us to a world where governments or businesses can trace our every move, a world that a few years back we would have never accepted. That we are trying to stop. Health apps can save millions of lives, but at the same time, they can move surveillance of human beings from outside the body surveillance to inside the body surveillance, and that is remarkably dangerous as well. So the European Union is coordinating the use of mobile data, using aggregated and anonymized mobile phone location data and tracing apps to maximize health benefits while at the same time respecting privacy. Testing, notification, and information sharing, and the protection of the most vulnerable groups remain key in order to lift restrictions safely. Now, Chair, solidarity is not just a European thing internally, it also focuses on our global response. So, as you know, we are deeply committed to effective multilateralism and to working with international partners to tackle global crises. Several of my European Union colleagues mentioned before the May 4th conference called the Coronavirus Global Response, a pledging conference that managed to raise to date more than 9.8 billion euros. This is money going directly to organizations around the world that are working on vaccines, on preventives, on treatments. And we are also on the 27th of June now organizing a second major conference involving also private citizens, not just governments and corporations, to be able to ensure the equitable distribution of anything that we discover, and we will, to everyone in the world who needs it, so that those medicines, those vaccines do not become an issue of fighting on who to get them. That would be, in our view, unacceptable. Now, together, the EU member states and financial institutions, we have put together a package to support partner countries to combat the coronavirus pandemic and its consequences. We call this the Team Europe package, and it has the aim of supporting the most vulnerable countries around the world, including in the LAC region. It will focus also on the people most at risk, including children, women, the elderly, and disabled people, as well as migrants, refugees, internally displaced persons, and the host communities. The package aims at first responding to the immediate health crises and the resulting humanitarian needs. It includes supporting the response plans of the WHO and the UN and providing humanitarian support in affected countries. Second, strengthening health, water, and sanitation systems, so going to the infrastructures, not just the immediate need, prevent future crises, as well as partner crisis capacities and preparedness to deal with the pandemic. And three, mitigating the immediate social and economic consequences, including support to the private sector with a focus on small and medium-sized enterprises and government reforms to reduce poverty. Now, as we are at the end of the EU 7-year budget cycle, we had to reorient part of our existing resources. For LAC alone, we have identified more than 1.5 billion euros that will be dispersed throughout front-loading payments for budget support and redeployment of existing funds and projects. For example, we have foreseen 8 million euro for the Caribbean Public Health Agency that will enable it to produce protective equipment, lab material, staff treatment and vaccines, and 17 million euro for the economic reactivation of affected areas in Manabí and Esmeraldas in Ecuador. Under a support to PAHO, I would like to mention 3.2 million euros in Belize for the supply of equipment, laboratory supplies, and the provision of more equitable access to vaccines and antivirals. Now, dear friends, you're aware of the complexity of the situation in Venezuela and the neighboring countries. For this reason, the European Union, in supporting PAHO and the International Federation of the Red Cross to fight the pandemic, has provided 9 million euros. But most important, together with the government of Spain and with the support of the UN Refugee Agency, UNHCR, and the International Organization of Migration, we convened the International Donors Conference in solidarity with Venezuela, migrants and refugees in the countries of the region on 26 May. We received pledges of over 2.5 billion. This initiative followed, of course, the International Solidarity Conference that you know we held back in 2019. And it sent once again a strong message of support to Venezuelan refugees and migrants. 5 million people have left, about 4 million migrants in the countries next to Venezuela. This is a world responsibility to address. COVID has taken many of these crises off the headlines, but the EU doesn't focus on following headlines. We try to make them. And that is why we have expressed strong support for regional coordination mechanisms such as the Quito process. So allow me to express as well a thanks to Canada for opening to host and to organize the next conference. Now, others have mentioned the COVID-19 data platform and the ACT accelerator that we, of course, are very active members with. Also, coronavirus has changed the world. So our High Representative, Josep Borrell, the European Commission, everyone is focusing on creating more resources for the European External Action Service to be able to be present in all regions of the world where crises exist, irrespective of corona, and to try to change them and to try to bring peace and to bring prosperity where chaos and death and destruction exists today. Finally, Chair, Secretary General, on behalf of the European Union, I would like to express the EU's support to the Organization of American States and its role as a multilateral institution, as evidenced by the EU's sustained financial support to various programs, including in the areas of democracy, human rights, and security. Despite these difficult times, we at the European Union remain committed to working together with the OAS. We intend to follow up on the high-level political dialogue held last December and its operational conclusions as we prepare for the next EU-OAS high-level dialogue in December. This will be an opportunity to review jointly with the OAS the full scope of our cooperation. We shall not let this crisis come between us. We should not let this crisis divide the world. We are dedicating our efforts to solidarity, especially and including with the Organization of American States, and we will come out of this stronger. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Ambassadeur Lambrinidis.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for your words. Now, the permanent observer of Switzerland is recognized, Ambassador Jacques Pidlou. Ambassador, I give you the floor. Mr. Secretary General, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express Switzerland's gratitude for giving us this opportunity to speak as a permanent observer to the OAS. The COVID-19 pandemic has turned the world upside down economically, socially, and in terms of our healthcare systems as well. 100 years after the Spanish flu pandemic, the world is again beset by an existential crisis that is forcing us to turn to every available resource. Switzerland, after its first COVID-19 case in late February, took steps to cancel all meetings greater than 100 people within 2 weeks, and we also adopted various measures, including a temporary suspension of public sales, closing all stores except for those selling essential goods. We also instituted a lockdown, and we never had to use a curfew as a measure. We provided masks whenever social distancing measures were not realistic. Since the very beginning, Switzerland has supported the measures by the civil society. We have a broad healthcare coverage, and everyone had the care that they needed. We also took government measures with an aim to protect salaries, prevent unemployment, and protect freelance workers as well. In mid-March, that is, as of the 16th, the Swiss government took 3 consecutive steps of measures. Step 1 was opening outpatient healthcare centers and allowing urgent medical procedures in hospitals. Phase 2, which began on May 11th, I believe, was opening schools for children in compulsory education as well as stores. Phase 3, which began on June 6th, was allowing the opening of zoos, libraries, technical and professional training centers, as well as other places. And as a result of all of these measures, we believe that our economy dropped by about 5%, while we saw a slight increase in unemployment rates. Things are looking much better when it comes to health. After a peak in late March, in which we had 15,000 new infections, we have had low numbers in May and very isolated cases in the last few days. Switzerland has also taken further steps. As of June 15th, we will be opening up our economy a bit further. We have been very rigorous when it comes to healthcare and sanitation. Now we are allowing groups of up to 30 people and public sales to take place in stores. People are able to return to their workplace, and once again, we are allowing a wide range of leisure activities. It is very important to note that in Switzerland, we are again able to collect signatures. This is very important for Switzerland. And Switzerland has, from the very beginning, supported international responses to COVID-19, as well as multilateralism. Our government has allocated 400 million Swiss francs to support international efforts, and in the face of COVID-19 and its consequences, Switzerland supports humanitarian efforts as well as development, both national and international, in the face of COVID-19 in order to provide access to diagnostic tests, treatment, and vaccines. In the spirit of collaboration, among governments, the private sector, and all stakeholders. In the last several weeks, we have seen very encouraging indicators. Solidarity, international cooperation, and multilateralism are the key to overcoming this pandemic. In this regard, Switzerland considers that the OAS is a crucial organization in the Western Hemisphere. Switzerland will continue to be a very active member state, and we wish that all the states of this hemisphere have the very best with coping in the face of the pandemic. We are in this together. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ambassador. As I stated earlier, I will now give the floor to the delegations, but as we have no request for the floor, I will continue with the other presentations, and then once we hear from 6 more presentations, then we will move to open the floor. So I will give the floor to the permanent observer of Japan, Ambassador Kazutoshi Aikawa. Ambassador, I give you the floor.
Mr. President, Secretary General,
Mr. President, Secretary General,
the member states, permanent observers. I would like to thank the OAS Permanent Council for convening the special meeting with permanent observers. This opportunity is highly appreciated as it provides a forum to help us tackle the issues of common concern together. COVID-19 continues to be a multifaceted global threat as the number of infected cases continues to increase. Japan fully believes that no one should be left behind in our joint efforts to address the pandemic. This belief is one of the main tenets of the human security, which Japan has long advocated. This principle is a basis upon which Japan works together with countries in the Western Hemisphere. In this spirit, Japan has been working with the countries, particularly with those where the health and medical system is vulnerable to the spread of the novel coronavirus. For the Latin American region, we have provided the support of approximately 2.7 million through PAHO to help prevent the increase in the number of infected cases and help improve the responses to the pandemic. For the Caribbean countries, Japan has provided funding in the amount of 1.5 million through IDB Japan Trust Fund to help improve their capabilities to better respond to the infectious diseases. But also bilaterally, we are arranging the grant of equipment that contributes to the strengthening of health and medical system, depending upon the need of the respective country. In this respect, it is particularly important to address issues faced by the vulnerable population. Since the end of February, when COVID-19 started to spread in the hemisphere, Japan has provided assistance to the migrants and refugees in the region. For migrants in Central America, approximately $6.4 million in grant aid has been provided for humanitarian supplies, educational facility, and shelter repairs. For the migrants and refugees from Venezuela, we are now in the process of providing approximately $14.1 million grant aid, $14.1 million grant aid through the UNHCR and IDB Japan Trust Fund. The aid is to help support their social integration and supply humanitarian provisions, which has totaled so far $31.35 million assistance to the neighboring countries. Mr. President, let me take this opportunity to say a few words on the situation in Japan. The state of emergency, which had been declared on April 7, was lifted nationwide on May 25th. Taking into consideration the number of new infections, the efforts in identifying transmission routes, and medical care provision situations. Though Japan has not been locked down in such a way as the other countries have done, we have so far managed to stem the spread of explosive infections with the cooperation of the Japanese public. Last week, an infection rate was 0.5 case per 100,000 population. One of the effective measures that we believe that Japanese government has taken is to send a clear, concrete, easy to understand message to show the Japanese public to avoid a place of 3 C's: closed spaces with C, crowded places, C, and closed contact setting with another C. At the same time, there is a continuous need to maintain the medical care provision infrastructure if the infection spreads again. The government is making every effort, among others, to strengthen the system of public health centers and testing infrastructure in order to ensure that the prevention of spread of infection and the recovery of socio-economic activities are both sustainably achieved. Mr. President, it is essential that countries in the hemisphere continue to make the most of their great potential in the market economy based upon universal values such as democracy, the rule of law, and human rights. We are convinced that the OAS, the core organization of the Inter-American system, focusing for pillars of democracy, human rights, integral development, and security, continues to play a significant role in tackling the short, medium, long-term challenges in post-COVID-19 era. And Japan will spare no efforts to work with the organization. Last but not least, let me conclude by congratulating the newly re-elected Secretary General and Assistant Secretary General. We have highly valued the accomplishments that you have helped to bring about during the first term. We look forward to continuing to work with you as we move forward together. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, ambassadeur.
Thank you, Ambassador Ikawa, for your presentation. Now, before moving on to the presentation by the Ambassador of Korea, we would like to ask countries who already shared remarks to please send a copy of their remarks to the Secretariat. That will help us distribute those to the delegations. And now I'll offer the floor to the Permanent Observer of Korea, Ambassador Sung-Hyun Moon. You have the floor, sir.
Vous avez la parole,
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Ambassador Luis Almagro, distinguished ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to speak to this distinguished gathering. I am honored to speak to this distinguished gathering on behalf of the Republic of Korea on the subject of the COVID-19. Let me begin by emphasizing our strong solidarity with the member countries of OAS who are all fighting COVID-19. As you know, Korea was an early victim of this pandemic. Earlier this year, we used to have between 400 and 500 new confirmed cases per day. However, since mid-April, the situation has been under control and we now have only a handful of confirmed cases per day. Accordingly, Korea has been able to turn our social distancing into distancing in daily life, as we have tried to balance the normalization of life and quarantine. From the beginning, Korea has based its response on three principles: openness, transparency, and civil engagement. Openness means we did not shut down our border or our society while we managed to control the spread of the virus. Transparency allows us to gain public trust, which, along with aggressive engagement, was critical to receiving voluntary cooperation from the people. Based on these three principles, we use the three T tools: testing, tracing, and treatment. We undertook an effective massive testing at an early stage. As of now, 1 in every 50 Koreans out of a population of 50 million has been tested, and that has provided a foundation for our health authorities to contain the virus. We then use the tracing to monitor the movements of virus holders and provided differentiated treatment to patients according to their medical condition, which helped to flatten the curve. Every country has different social and economic conditions, so our specific methods might not be directly applicable for you, but hopefully it can provide some insight in your fight against the pandemic. In addition, on April 16th, in the midst of the pandemic, we successfully held a general election. Almost 30 million voters participated in the election, voting in person, but there were no confirmed cases in the following 2 weeks because of preventive measures we took in advance. 2 weeks ago, we held a web seminar with the U.S. National Association of Secretaries of State, and last week, we held another one with 10 Central and South American countries to share our experience on the election. We are prepared to provide any information we learned for holding elections under this global pandemic if you would like it. The fight against this pandemic requires global response because the virus knows no borders, as you know. Therefore, Korea has tried to contribute to the international community. We have provided humanitarian assistance to a number of countries in Central and South America, including Colombia, Costa Rica, and Ecuador, for assisting their fights. Additional assistance is being considered. We have provided medical equipment, including ventilators, test kits, and protection masks, and also are actively engaging in sharing our experience with many countries around the world. On April 21st, we held a web seminar on how to fight COVID-19 at the request of countries in Central and South America. In that webinar, medical experts from 18 countries in the region, more than 1,000 people participated to learn from one another's experiences. COVID-19 presents an economic challenge as well as a public health one. While we focus on fighting against global pandemic, we also need to prepare to tackle the economic fallout. This is another area where international cooperation is critically needed. Korea has taken bold fiscal and monetary policies, including a stimulus package of $250 billion US. We have strongly supported that essential movement of businessmen be permitted for the benefit of economic activities, even under the pandemic. In this regard, we have reached out to the countries in Central and South America. There are still many. We firmly believe that solidarity and well-coordinated international cooperation will be the best way to overcome this pandemic. I hope that this spirit, not division within the international community, can prevail in our joint fight against coronavirus. Thank you very much for your attention.
Merci beaucoup, ambassadeur Moon, pour votre présentation. Maintenant, nous accordons la parole.
Now we will hear from the permanent representative of the United Kingdom, Ambassador Michael Tatham. You have the floor, sir.
Mr. President, ambassadors, permanent observers, thank you for the invitation to address the Permanent Council. Thank you for your initiative to convene the Council on this important subject. As the permanent observer with the fourth largest contribution to the budget, the United Kingdom is committed to working with the OAS on the major challenges of our time, of which COVID-19 is clearly one. The United Kingdom has been one of the countries most affected by COVID-19, with almost 300,000 cases and, very sadly, more than 40,000 deaths, each of those a tragedy. However, we are well past the peak of the virus in the UK, and the number of new cases and deaths has shown a steady and marked decrease since the peak in April. The United Kingdom's strategy in phase one was to encourage people to stay at home. Schools, entertainment venues, and other non-essential businesses were closed, and the government introduced a public messaging campaign. This approach seems to have successfully suppressed the spread of the virus. At the same time, the government invested heavily in its ability to tackle the disease. The capacity of the UK National Health Service increased significantly, with 3,000 new critical care beds across the UK since January, and daily tests increasing very significantly. The government has also taken unprecedented action to support people and businesses through the crisis. Our most prominent package is the Coronavirus Job Retention Scheme, where the government has committed to paying 80% of wages for employees who are retained by companies. And over 800,000 employers have applied to help pay the wages of up to 6.3 million jobs. Now, as we move into phase two, the government will gradually replace the existing social restrictions with smarter measures. We are steadily reopening sectors of the economy and have put in place quarantine measures for those arriving to the country from the start of this week to prevent a second wave as our rates of infection decline. As we look towards the future, we are proud to be home to two of the world's most promising vaccine development programs at Oxford University and Imperial College, supported by a globally renowned pharmaceutical sector. Mr. President, we are very conscious that Latin America is also grappling with the pandemic. The total number of confirmed cases in Latin America now stands at over 1.3 million, representing nearly 19% of the global total. And new cases are rising fast. From the start of the crisis, the United Kingdom has been determined to use its position in the world to lead and encourage the international community to take a determined, coordinated, and collaborative response to dealing with the challenge that all countries are confronting. The United Kingdom hosted the Gavi Global Vaccine Summit on the 4th of June, where over $8.8 billion was raised to help save lives, a figure that exceeded the ambitious target that had been set for this event. The United Kingdom is the second largest member state contributor to the World Health Organization and a major funder of the world's international financial institutions. We are very conscious of the need for a strong international response, and our own efforts have been focused around four main themes. Firstly, to secure a strong and coordinated global health response, particularly for the most vulnerable countries. Secondly, to accelerate the search for a novel vaccine, therapeutics, and diagnostics. Thirdly, to support the global economy, keeping trade open and securing critical supply chains. And fourthly, to keep transport routes and transit hubs open to support the flow of freight, aid, medical supplies, and to allow people to return to their home countries. We have so far pledged up to 764 million UK pounds of aid to help end this pandemic as quickly as possible. And we are working together with our international partners, including multilateral institutions like the Inter-American Development Bank and the Caribbean Development Bank.
Through our global support to WHO, the Pan American Health Organization has received $5 million for its Latin American and Caribbean appeal. Even more recently, we provided an additional £3 million UK pounds, which will be targeted at securing reliable testing kits and PPE for the Caribbean. And we have earmarked a further £2 million UK pounds to support the social and economic response across the region. We are reviewing all our programs across the region to identify further opportunities to support the region's resilience in the face of COVID-19. This includes UK international climate finance. For example, last week, President Duque of Colombia and UK Secretary of State for Business and Environment, Mr. Alok Sharma, announced a new £64 million UK pound programme to support the Colombian government to reduce deforestation and create local jobs in areas affected by COVID-19 and conflict, improving the livelihoods of communities who rely on forests and helping to support a fair, green and resilient recovery. In Brazil, our embassy is working with the UK Department for International Development on greater support, for example, to allow Brazilian NGOs to apply for funds, to earmark funding for UN agencies in Brazil, and to help Brazilian organizations access a partnership between the Department for International Development and Unilever to promote good health practice and hand washing. Our networks in Mexico and Brazil are also looking at how we can use our enabling budget for short-term interventions and how we can adapt our Prosperity Fund and our Newton Fund to meet new long-term challenges. Mr. President, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to make this intervention. Please do not hesitate to get in touch if you would like to hear more about our work in the region. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, ambassadeur.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for your presentation. At this time, we would like to recognize the Permanent Observer of Qatar, Ambassador Sheikh Mishal bin Hamad Al Thani. You have the floor, sir.
Ambassador, you have to activate your camera and your microphone, please. Okay, we can see you and we can hear you.
I would like to congratulate at the outset His Excellency Luis Almagro on his re-election as Secretary General of the Organization of American States and thank him for holding this meeting and allowing us to exchange views and lessons learned on how to alleviate the economic and social impact of the COVID-19 pandemic as we move forward to reopen our economies. I avail myself of this opportunity to reiterate my country's unwavering commitment to further developing its ties with the OAS member states. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past 3 months, Qatar has worked proactively to ensure a coordinated response to mitigate the impact of COVID-19 on our economy and ensure the health and safety of our residents. Our government provided free testing and medical treatment for all and launched a robust public awareness campaign to encourage social distancing. To stem the spread of the virus, it made the use of PPE mandatory for all and launched a contact tracing application and required all citizens and residents to install it on their phones. We have scaled these efforts to ensure a smooth and efficient reopening of the economy. The government announced yesterday that the reopening of the economy will take in 4 phases. Ladies and gentlemen, these actions have not taken our attention away from the urgency to join forces with our partners across the globe to find collective response to the COVID-19 as well as the pandemic that may arise in the future. We believe that only by working together as one will we be able to effectively address the challenges we face and we will face in the future. To that effect, during the Global Vaccine Summit that was convened last week, His Highness the Emir of Qatar pledged 20 million to the global efforts to provide equal access to vaccines for all. These efforts are in line with our firm commitment to promote the ideals of solidarity and fraternity between people regardless of their origin, religious beliefs or ideologies. Stemming from its genuine desire to foster its economic, culture, political and human ties with the OAS member states, Qatar reiterates its commitment to elevating its partnership with the OAS to a higher level. Qatar is also ready to join forces with the OAS member states to ensure a successful and efficient response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you for your attention.
Merci beaucoup, ambassadeur, de votre présentation.
Thank you for your presentation, Ambassador. We now offer the floor to our last speaker, the alternate observer of China. Alternative Representative Yu, you have the floor.
Señor presidente, agradezco a las...
Mr. Chairman, I would like to thank the OAS Secretariat for holding this special meeting. Currently, the world is undergoing a major health crisis caused by the spread of COVID-19. This has not only had a major impact on the safety and health of countries, but has also had a strong impact on the global economy, as well as the international structure and governance around the world, which once again highlights what the scientific approach has been from President Xi Jinping, and that is that humanity is part of a common community with shared destiny. By claiming lives, this epidemic has warned us that this virus knows no borders or nationalities and challenges us all. Political manipulation creates cracks that helps the virus spread. Selfish behavior at the cost of our neighbors helps the virus and divides us. And deliberately ignoring scientific criteria increase the spread of this virus. Countries around the world must work hand in hand beyond all differences in geographic location and ethnicities and cultures and social systems in order to build the future community that shares its destiny and helps us all understand that we're on Earth, which is our common habitat. China was the first country to report COVID-19 to the WHO and was the first to achieve major accomplishments in preventing and controlling the epidemic. Given this sudden outbreak of COVID-19, the government of China has always placed the lives of our people and the health of our communities as the top priority, and has taken steps that have been thorough and rigorous and exhaustive to prevent and control the epidemic. Thanks to all of the work and sacrifice done, the situation on the epidemiological front is improving, and life has been able to gradually start to go back to normal. China was able to help those who could have been close to areas that were at risk stay away from that danger, and has been able to share experiences in the steps that we have taken to address COVID. Similarly, China informed the WHO as soon as it was able to and provided $50 million in cash to help sequence the virus's genome. It was also part of international cooperation between experts and epidemiologists, and provided material emergency assistance in many countries and international organizations. It has also allowed for the suspension of debt payments for 77 developing countries, which has been widely recognized and appreciated by the WHO and all the countries concerned. Ambassadors, although we're separated by vast oceans, China and countries in Latin America and the Caribbean have always helped each other through solidarity. At the most challenging time in this response against COVID, most leaders and heads of regional organizations throughout Latin America and the Caribbean expressed their sympathy and support for China through different ways. China will always remember this and has always valued these actions. We know how to express our gratitude for all kindness shown towards us. China has been an active collaborator with countries in the Latin America and Caribbean region through sharing experiences in how we have fought COVID-19 and quickly provided the assistance that the peoples of the Americas were in such dire need of. President Xi Jinping has also had phone conversations with presidents of Cuba, Brazil, Chile, Venezuela, Mexico, Peru, and Costa Rica to express his support and sent solidarity letters to Argentina, among other countries. China has donated a lot of equipment to Mexico, like face masks, face coverings, and additional health equipment, and also sent teams to Mexico, Venezuela, and Peru in order to address this epidemic. Many provinces, municipalities, and Chinese companies donated to countries in the region a lot of supplies, like face masks, respirators, and test kits. There was also a special meeting of ministries between China and the Caribbean to look on the response to COVID-19, and over a dozen video conferences between multilateral and bilateral experts. And China also coordinated assistance of high-level representatives of the National Commission on Health, focusing on health issues to stop the spread of COVID-19 in Latin America and the Caribbean. As a true friend and partner of countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, China is willing to continue providing support to the extent possible to all countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, and share experiences on the epidemic response and other plans, and provide equipment and technical assistance. And also will continue to send equipment in order to increase the response and also address different sectors like trade and investment. Will strengthen communication and coordination in other regional and international organizations as well. We're fully convinced that through testing, we'll be able to get back to prosperity, and we will be able to deepen our relations with Latin America and the Caribbean, understanding that we're part of a community and have a shared destiny between China and Latin America. Thank you very much, alternate representative of China, for your remarks. We have come to the end of the presentations by permanent observers, and we once again ask them to please submit their written remarks to the Secretariat so that we can distribute these to member countries. We are now going to offer the floor to member countries. But I would like to remind everyone that, taking into account that we have limited time, we kindly request that you try to reduce the amount of time you take the floor, which will give each country enough time to take the floor. We now offer the floor to Ambassador of Brazil, Fernando Simas. You have the floor, sir. Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, I'd like to thank permanent observers for their presentations. Their commitment has become clear to our organization. The information we have heard on programs and cooperation projects have been very valuable, and the funding efforts provided to respond to COVID-19. I would like to start by welcoming the new permanent observer, Ambassador of Spain, and also extend warm greetings to Ambassador Cristobal Valdez, who is going to be returning to Spain. During his time here as a representative of the Spanish delegation was a display of commitment and Spain's interest and support for the programs, principles, and values of our organization. So thank you very much, Ambassador Valdez. I wish you all the best and wish you great success in future endeavors. Brazil recognizes and values support from permanent observer countries. At this time, I would like to recognize all of the observers that support the OAS's work and who also work very hard to be part of these efforts. Yeah. I would like to thank France, Italy, Spain, and other countries who are also part of not only the Permanent Council, but work actively in CD. This all shows not only their interest in the inter-American system, seeing as there are countries that represent all countries and regions throughout the world, but they also show their openness to our hemisphere and to dialogue with all member countries. This is a relationship that is very important and that is supported by the shared values that we all have: democracy, human rights, and security, among others. Permanent observers are also part of a number of different projects and initiatives by the OAS, and they have led to tangible results in countries in the region. That has helped to deepen our relationship with observer countries. This relationship
dos devastadores efeitos econômicos e sociais da pandemia.
Of the pandemic. The member states have benefited from your very valuable contribution, particularly because many of them have faced other pandemics in the past, and we have been able to share lessons learned and good practices, as well as exchange information on how, as a hemisphere, we can better tackle this pandemic. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share with you at the Permanent Council. Over the last several years, Brazil has placed great value on the Permanent Council and the OAS for its ability to bring us all together in the face of these multilateral crises and its pillars. And the Secretary General will continue at the helm of this organization to ensure that it is more effective and transparent. This process, as we have seen today, involves working hand in hand with our permanent observers on priority issues, with an imperative to defend democracy, respect human rights, and promote integral development and multi-dimensional security. Thank you very much, Chair. Have a nice day. Thank you very much to the Ambassador of Brazil. We will now give the floor to the Ambassador of Chile, Hernan Salinas. I give you the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. As the Ambassador of Brazil already did, I would like to give the permanent representative of Spain a warm welcome, and I would also like to thank Cristobal Valdez for all of his work at the OAS. Chair, I would like to, through you, thank and congratulate the permanent observers who came today. Their presentations on their commitment to the OAS have been inspiring. The pandemic that we are facing has forced us to undergo radical changes in our priorities. In effect, our responses to health, economic, and social challenges require all of the resources of our governments. We must work in concert as a whole on the international stage. This is the case when life, health, and our people's well-being are directly compromised. But that does not mean that we should forget that the OAS is based on 4 tenets, and they need to always be taken into consideration. The contribution of observer states is very relevant. More than ever, their participation in activities to strengthen democracy and recovering democracy, their commitment to protecting and promoting human rights in the region, are also worthy of being highlighted, as well as all activities in the face of terrorism to promote security and others. We have been working since 2007 to 2009. 2017 to 2019, the permanent observers contributed over $56 million to the OAS. As once again, we have seen the commitment of these permanent observers is a very important resource for exchanging knowledge and best practices. For the same reason, we place great importance on our coordination with them, and we hope to continue deepening that process. Our permanent observers are vital partners in achieving our goals as an organization. They have helped us in crucial ways in recovering the OAS's leadership in the area of democracy, human rights, and integral development in the Americas. Thank you very much. Thank you to the Ambassador of Chile. Now we will hear from Luis Cordero of Honduras. Ambassador, I give you the floor. Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, permanent representatives, alternate representatives, permanent observers. At the outset, I would like to thank you for holding this 4th special session with our observers to the OAS. We have noted all of their presentations. And on behalf of the Honduran government, we'd like to reiterate our appreciation of the observer states for their ongoing support of human rights, democracy, development, and security in the Americas. We are living through a very difficult time on the international stage, and that is why, more than ever, today we need to be united for the well-being of all people. We need to accept the solidarity and helping hand of a friend. And it is very important that nations that have already largely overcome the challenge of COVID-19 can now share best practices to save human lives. In Honduras, we are working arduously in the fight against the virus, and this is very important when it comes to ensuring the health of all of our citizens, as well as for underscoring the challenges that we face in every facet. That is why the government of Juan Orlando Hernandez, at the outset of the crisis, announced measures to be adopted, including a lockdown order in order to avoid the virus being spread, and also ensuring that the most vulnerable population was still able to meet its basic need. This was necessary in order to deal with the COVID-19 medical emergency, and has served as an opportunity to strengthen our healthcare system, to close any gaps, improve the accessibility of medication and treatment while respecting our citizens' human rights, to provide virtual education, as well as support programs aimed at ensuring our citizens' employment. The world's economies are increasingly vulnerable. We see joblessness, lack of food security, and more as a result of this pandemic, our government, as of Monday, has begun our reopening phase 1, and we have a multi-sectoral roundtable aimed at restarting our economy. We have a national distribution plan in 3 regions of the country in line with our security protocols drafted by the Secretary of Labor with support of experts from the EU. This includes Region 1, which has low population density and low incidence of COVID-19. That is why we have allowed institutions and companies to reopen. Region 2 has medium density and a medium level incidence of cases. That is why 40% of those people have remained in their jobs. And we also have Region 3, which includes 2 of the largest cities in the country and a high incidence of cases. That is why only 20% of employees may now be in the workplace. Of these 20%, we do not include anyone over the age of 60, those who suffer from chronic illnesses such as diabetes or heart disease, or who have received any sort of cancer treatment. Those individuals are able to work from home. This is a long-term plan, and we must have multifaceted, diverse responses. Solidarity is extremely important. I would like to conclude by reiterating our thanks to all of the countries that have extended a helping hand, despite the fact that you are also suffering the results of this pandemic. This is a battle that we will win, but only if we fight hand in hand. Thank you very much. Chair, have a good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Now we will give the floor to the permanent representative of Bolivia, Jaime Aparicio. Ambassador, I give you the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, Mr. Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General. We would like to thank the General Secretariat for convening this meeting. Also, thank you to the permanent observers for your participation and your comments. We would also like to thank all of you, and as my colleagues did, I would like to echo the warm welcome to Carmen Monton Jimenez, the permanent observer of Spain. My delegation, on behalf of the government and people of Bolivia, would like to express our solidarity with the observer states of the OAS, and thank you for your unity with my country and the region. Also, thank you to the representative of the EU. Though you have seen 100,000 people die in the EU, you have still decided to speak to us. This is a sign of your steadfast commitment to development and fighting the issues related to COVID-19 in Bolivia. Also, thank you very much for your cooperation from the EU. For the electoral process in my country, the EU, along with the OAS, have played vital roles in defending the integrity of elections in Bolivia, and you have in many ways supported all of the steps that have been taken at the OAS in order to save democracy in my country. We recognize the bilateral cooperation, which has come from Germany, Switzerland, France, among others, as well as Italy, in order to fight the scourge of COVID-19 in my country. We would also like to thank the governments of Japan, Korea, and China. You have provided a lot of solidarity and efficient cooperation to help fight the effects of COVID-19. This is vital. We would also like to thank all of the permanent observers who are here with us today. You understand that following the crisis, we will need your assistance in international financial institutions such as the World Bank and IMF and IDB in some cases. This is to strengthen our economic system
following the COVID-19 crisis. Against this backdrop of confusion, and despite the technological and scientific advancements, we continue to be as vulnerable as ever. And we always see how fragile life is. We are in the hands of gods when it comes to calamity and death. We hope that we will come out of this crisis stronger and more united, better equipped to respond to existential crises faced by mankind, and that we will do so as a community. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador, for your presentation. Now we will hear from the permanent representative of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, Gustavo Tarre. Ambassador, I give you the floor. Once again, I'm trying to fix a technical issue. We can see you. Welcome. We can see you. Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to take this opportunity to give a warm welcome to the new permanent observer of Spain, Ambassador Carmen Monton Jimenez. When ratifying her country's commitment to defending human rights and democracy, the new representative of Spain spoke of security in the OAS and her will to work more closely with the government of Venezuela and the OAS as a whole. I would also like to thank her ambassador from Spain, who is now outgoing, for his respect and friendship. I would also like to thank the Secretary of Foreign Affairs for Iberoamerica and the Caribbean, Cristina Galach, for her presentation. We have closely been watching the activities of our permanent observers, and we would like to thank you very much for all of your assistance to our countries and the OAS, particularly in the case of Venezuela, in the fight against this very complex humanitarian crisis which has beset our country over the last several years. We would like to underscore the importance of holding donor conferences to alleviate the suffering of millions of Venezuelan migrants, as well as those who are condemned.
La Misión Permanente de la República de Venezuela quiere aprovechar esta oportunidad para recordar la importancia del Mecanismo Especial de Seguimiento para Venezuela, el MESEVE, creado por la Comisión Interamericana de Derechos Humanos con el objetivo de fortalecer la lucha y defensa de los derechos humanos, y para cuyo funcionamiento es indispensable la colaboración de los países observadores. América Latina se ha convertido en los últimos días en el centro de la pandemia que ha golpeado al mundo entero. La situación es particularmente difícil para Venezuela, pues 20 años de destrucción, corrupción e ineficacia han dejado al país sin un servicio de agua potable, sin suministro regular de energía, sin combustible, sin comida suficiente y sin hospitales y servicios médicos a la altura de la crisis que empieza a presentarse. El presidente Juan Guaidó ha señalado que por encima de la crisis política que vivimos está dispuesto a hacer todo lo que sea necesario para aliviar la crisis de los venezolanos. En ese sentido debemos resaltar la colaboración que se ha iniciado con la Organización Panamericana de Salud por encima de cualquier diferencia política. En sus palabras, la señora Galach hizo referencia al proceso de negociación para la solución de la crisis venezolana que se produjo en Barbados y primero en Oslo y luego en Barbados, con el apoyo del Reino de Noruega. En ese sentido, coincidimos con lo expresado recientemente por Josep Borrell, alto representante de la Unión Europea para Asuntos Exteriores y Política de Seguridad, quien ha dicho que la solución a la crisis de Venezuela solo se puede superar a través de un proceso político genuino e inclusivo que conduzca a elecciones presidenciales libres y justas. La salida de nuestros problemas está en manos del pueblo venezolano, que solo puede expresarse a través de unas elecciones libres y justas. Esperamos que esas elecciones se celebren pronto y de conformidad con los más altos estándares internacionales y cuenten con la participación, vigilancia y apoyo de los observadores internacionales imparciales e independientes, como son las misiones de observación electoral de la OEA y de la Unión Europea. Para terminar, expresamos nuestro agradecimiento nuevamente a los países observadores y nuestra solidaridad con todos los habitantes del planeta, con aquellos que fallecieron y con sus familias, así como con los millones de seres humanos cuya vida han sido impactadas por este enemigo invisible. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Merci beaucoup, ambassadeur, de votre présentation. Maintenant, nous accordons la parole au président permanent de la Colombie, l'ambassadeur Alejandro Ordóñez. Monsieur l'ambassadeur, vous avez la parole.
Señor presidente, señor secretario general, representantes de los estados observadores, embajadores y delegados, en nombre del gobierno de Colombia, le expreso a usted, señor presidente, nuestra satisfacción por haber convocado esta sesión extraordinaria de diálogo con los estados observadores. Colombia fue uno de los estados que impulsó la aprobación de la resolución sobre el diálogo del Consejo Permanente con los estados observadores, la cual fue aprobada el 27 de septiembre del 2018. En dicha resolución se estableció que la presidencia del Consejo Permanente convocaría a una reunión extraordinaria con los observadores 2 veces al año, con el fin de sostener un diálogo sobre los temas de mutuo interés, el intercambio de información basada en los principios y valores de la organización y proyectos de cooperación. Hoy estamos celebrando el 4º encuentro desde que fue aprobada la resolución y quiero aprovechar para expresar a los representantes de los estados observadores que han intervenido mi agradecimiento por compartir con nosotros sus valiosos mensajes y visiones. La OEA cuenta con 71 estados observadores más la Unión Europea. Cada uno de ellos es un socio estratégico que con su acompañamiento permite que se realcen los valores de la OEA, la participación de los observadores, apoyando a través de sus contribuciones, experiencias y buenas prácticas, han permitido lograr muchos de los objetivos y mandatos de la OEA. Gracias a su cooperación en diferentes proyectos, la organización ha conseguido fortalecer sus 4 ejes. Colombia aprovecha esta oportunidad para expresar su profundo agradecimiento al gobierno de España por organizar con otros estados cooperantes y con la OIM y ACNUR, Conferencia Internacional de Donantes, para apoyar la asistencia de los más de 5 millones de venezolanos que se han visto obligados a huir de su país por la represión, violaciones a derechos humanos y la crisis económica y política y humanitaria que padece Venezuela. A partir del brote del COVID-19, estamos experimentando una crisis global de gran profundidad y sin precedentes en la historia moderna de la humanidad. El Banco Mundial recientemente afirmó que el mundo estaba en la peor crisis desde la Segunda Guerra Mundial y su pronóstico es que la economía mundial se contraerá en un 5.2% y que una de las regiones donde el impacto será más fuerte es América Latina y el Caribe, donde la contracción económica llegará al 7.2%. Así que en lo que compete a la OEA, Colombia considera que es esencial que los Estados miembros y observadores permanentes de la OEA fortalezcan su solidaridad, cooperación, alianzas estratégicas, diálogo e intercambio de información y mejores prácticas para enfrentar de manera conjunta esta crisis y así, sobre la base de la cooperación y la solidaridad, encontrar mejores caminos hacia la recuperación y resiliencia. El hemisferio cuenta con muchos retos que puede compartir con los estados observadores y hacer de ellos frente común y construir alianzas. Uno de ellos es la defensa de la democracia de sus instituciones. Colombia ha sido un ejemplo de ello, pues muchos de los estados observadores han contribuido a proyectos liderados por la OEA, cuyo objetivo ha sido el fortalecimiento de nuestras instituciones, así que les expreso el agradecimiento del gobierno de Colombia por la cooperación brindada. Pero volviendo a la OEA, Colombia invitaría a los estados observadores a fortalecer esa alianza en torno a las instituciones democráticas, pues la experiencia triste y altamente preocupante que nos ha estado dejando Venezuela nos debe llamar a la defensa sin excusas de los principios consignados en la Carta Interamericana. Venezuela ha sido cooptada por un régimen dictatorial que desmanteló todas sus instituciones, suplantó la Constitución con una estructura llamada Asamblea Nacional Constituyente y ataca de manera deliberada al único órgano legítimo que sobrevive, que es la Asamblea Nacional. Como consecuencia, las libertades públicas.
The crackdown during this pandemic have led to horrific situations in a country that is undergoing the worst possible crisis, economic, social, and health crisis, with reduced capabilities in its institutions, and has the highest crime rates in the entire region. And in addition to all of this, there's COVID-19 that is battering the country. The dictator, Maduro, can't even share numbers as to the infections, and it should not be expected that he could provide a health response. As a matter of fact, the number of doctors who have been either cracked down against or who have been jailed is something that is even more shameful, because the regime is now rejecting and turning away Venezuelan nationals when they come back to the country to help, and actually accuses them of coming back with the virus, although what they want to do is help. Over the last few days, we have seen that Maduro asked the Attorney General to take action against the People's Party. This call, ladies and gentlemen, is for us to join efforts to defend democracy and institutions and to fight against dictatorship. This will lead to a decisive action against corruption and building the tools that through cooperation we'll be able to use to take on transnational organized crime, and of course will help us to increase engagement with all of society to achieve integral development. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for your presentation. We now offer the floor to the Permanent Representative of Mexico, Ambassador Baños. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Creo que hay problemas con mi...
Creo que tiene los speakers tal vez muy altos.
I believe that your speakers are on too high. Is this better? Much better. Thank you very much, Chair. Welcome to the Ambassador Carmen Monton.
Seguimos con mucho ruido.
There's still a lot of background noise, Ambassador. Please take down your speakers.
¿Está mejor ahí?
No, todavía tenemos un sonido.
Hoy he tenido muchos problemas técnicos. Quizá lo arreglo y...
I'm having a lot of technical issues today. Maybe I will fix it and come back in a moment.
Agarre y pida nuevamente a ver si mejora.
Let's see if we can improve it quickly.
La parole au Salvador, à l'ambassadrice Lorena Sol-de-Poul. Madame l'ambassadrice, vous avez la parole.
Ambassador, I give you the floor. Ambassador of El Salvador. Thank you very much, Chair. We would also like to express our gratitude to the Secretary General for his kind words, as well as give a warm welcome to the permanent observer of Spain, Carmen Monton. We would like to salute the ambassadors and representatives of permanent observer states who are participating at the fourth dialogue with member states and observer states of the OAS. And thank you very much for your presentations. We are facing shared challenges stemming from COVID-19, and we have borne witness to the very sad reality of another emergency created by this scourge, which is the fact that so much of our basic infrastructure, including schools, places of employment, have been shut down, as well as a loss of life. Thank you very much for your solidarity and support. The interpreter is unable to hear the speaker. I apologize, Chair. We would like to thank all of you for your support and solidarity. And thank you to Luis Almagro, the Secretary General, and many member states and observer states in the face of this emergency. Thank you very much for the very quick cooperation that you have shown hitherto. In this context, our president has dedicated resources to saving Salvadoran lives by strengthening our healthcare infrastructure, as well as improving our access to medical equipment. This is for the benefit of the most vulnerable members of society in El Salvador. We are also providing direct food assistance and economic assistance for families and households that have been caught in the eye of the storm. At the national level, we are putting a priority on cooperation with the OAS in the following areas of shared interest for the OAS and my country.
President Nayib Bukele came into office, we have been able to enhance security thanks to the signing of the peace agreements. We cannot lose ground. And international support to continue moving forward is key here. In terms of transparency, the Bukele administration has remained steadfast in its commitment. This is why it's more important now than ever to strengthen the work of the commission. The interpreter points out there are sound glitches. Can you hear me? Asked the ambassador. You can, so I will continue. Strengthening the work that the International Commission Against Impunity in El Salvador has been carrying out, CCS, in this area, and it needs to receive human and economic resources in order to achieve its commitments. The CCS gets no funding from the government. This is why the very important support from the international community is so key, especially as it pertains to donor countries and partner entities. The Bukele administration is making an appeal for the generosity of permanent observers whose financial support will provide greater efficiency in achieving transparency and accountability in how funds are managed in its response to the COVID-19 emergency, as well as throughout all other areas under public administration. In 2019, there was an MOU signed with the General Secretariat of the OAS was a signatory to set up the framework for the work that we're going to do as national institutions to prevent, investigate, and punish corruption and crimes, including crimes having to do with the Treasury, particularly as it pertains to illicit enrichment, money laundering, and general crime. The large number of displaced and returned and other refugees will be impacted by the emergency. And so creating the fund for a comprehensive regional framework to protect and provide solutions is a key instrument. And we hope that we can use it to channel voluntary contributions to allow national initiatives from the member MIPS countries to have a real impact and create the necessary solutions for the lives of these individuals. On development, in the current circumstances, we see that this is a particularly important pillar given the challenges having to do with education and work and the economic impact on SMEs and reopening tourism and others. And this is why we are taking into account the different goals and projects in this area to be prioritized. For El Salvador, international cooperation is key in continuing to support national and regional efforts in targeted actions like public health infrastructures, providing inputs and medicine and supplies, particularly for the frontline staff. That includes medical professionals as well, and to provide support to the vulnerable communities and specific segments of the population, like those with chronic diseases, women, the elderly, children, and also provide food and sanitation supplies. We wish to highlight how important and key the role played by the OAS can be in providing project proposals that reflect the way back to this new normal in addressing COVID-19 and in the face of Cristobal and the other storms that have affected us. Finding other innovative ways that go further than what we have traditionally done is also key. And by this, we mean sharing experiences, credit swaps, policy building, and capacity building and technology transfers, blended and commingled finance, and others. Our country believes that a priority is to continue creating opportunities for sharing best practices and experiences with professionals from the health ministry to have an effective and organized response to the COVID-19 pandemic, in addition to supporting the creation of epidemiological intelligence units under the National Institutes of Health. Now, we must also recognize the role played by permanent observers in enhancing our work on the pillars of human rights and democracy and others. We particularly thank Korea for the support, as well as Spain, France, and Luxembourg for the most recent electoral observation missions, and among these, the El Salvador presidential elections in February 2019. Today, more than ever, solidarity and support between our countries and enhancing multilateralism through the OAS will play a key role in getting back on a path towards a phased recovery and development. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for your remarks. Before I offer the floor to the representative of Argentina, I would like to let member countries know that we have about 12 more countries, and there were some changes, so this is the order that I'm seeing. So after Argentina, we have Ecuador, the US, Costa Rica, the Dominican Republic, Haiti, Nicaragua, the Bahamas, Guatemala, Uruguay, Paraguay, Canada, and Barbados. So now we will offer the floor to the interim representative of Argentina. Ambassador, says the technician. We have Mexico once again requesting the floor. Would you like to recognize Mexico? Very well. Thank you, and welcome back to our colleague from Mexico. You have the floor, Ambassador. Hello and good afternoon. My name is Mariana Oliveira. Mr. Chairman, I am here stepping in for Ambassador Luz Lorena Baños. Unfortunately, she was unable to fix the connection glitches, and so I am going to deliver the remarks if that is okay. Thank you very much. First and foremost, allow me to express our gratitude to all representatives of observer states for their very interesting remarks, but also because of their continued interest at the OAS, particularly in these circumstances. Would also like to take this opportunity to welcome the new ambassador, permanent observer of Spain, who presented her credentials today. And so welcome, ma'am. Mr. Chairman, observer states who are with us today have all gone through different stages of this pandemic. In our region at this time, we are at the high point of this experience. These experiences are very valuable information on how this disease behaves and the strategies to address it. For our hemisphere, this is a great example, hearing firsthand experiences of how these different situations have been addressed, but also the results that have come from their steps. I also wish to underscore the ability that we have had to send observer states information, specifically talking about the impact COVID has had on our countries and the need for assistance and financial resources to address it. My delegation has provided the necessary information, and I highlight that Mexico, under the administration of President Manuel López Obrador, a transformation and overhaul of its health system to make the right to health a reality, enhancing primary care and comprehensive treatment, and creating a system that puts up no barriers in providing care. This has led us to have a response to the pandemic that is closest to the people and gives priority to timely treatment and provides assistance to those most in need. In that spirit, Mexico is working on ensuring there's human rights respected for all the population and including a gender perspective in all of our actions. We cannot allow for COVID-19 to become a factor for discrimination, stigma, or xenophobia, which would impact the most vulnerable. Mr. Chairman, in previous meetings of this council, we have thoroughly addressed the different facets of this crisis provoked by the pandemic. Mexico reiterates that multilateral institutions have a major role to play in supporting national efforts to address the situation. Based on this multilateral commitment, at the General Assembly of the United Nations, Mexico presented the draft resolution, International Cooperation to Ensure Global Access to Medicine, Vaccines, and Necessary Medical Equipment to face COVID-19 pandemic, which seeks to ensure fair, transparent, and efficient access for key supplies to address the pandemic, and particularly focusing on vaccine research and treatment. Hemispherically, Mexico has been an active participant in different initiatives of the OAS, focusing on sharing experiences, challenges, and best practices in sectors like the MSMEs, tourism, agriculture, science and technology, human rights, and specifically women's rights and the rights of at-risk groups, as well as transparency and access to information during the pandemic, to mention just a few. Of course, Mexico has been engaged in deep dialogue and cooperation with PAHO, whose very important work in this emergency situation should be acknowledged. We encourage observer states to consider channeling their efforts and financial support for this pandemic through this regional organization. As pro tempore chair of CELAC, Mexico has established strategic partnerships with ECLAC, the FAO, and other bodies. And at that platform, there was an infectious specialist and platform with emerging and re-emerging diseases, and there have been outreach campaigns that have been proposed for infection mitigation, as well as the establishment of new protocols. There's also a ministerial university gathering to look at the challenges in the education sector after the pandemic. CELAC has also specifically focused on food security during this pandemic, understanding that the World Food Program has warned that the number of people who don't have food security in Latin America and the Caribbean, which is already severe, could quadruple due to COVID-19. Bilaterally, one of the most important steps Mexico is taking to strengthen its healthcare services was implementing 2 air bridges with the United States through the Air Corridor F5. It will allow for ventilators that were built in Switzerland to come to Mexico, and also the corridor with China for PPE, and it is currently at 17 flights so far. We reiterate our gratitude to those countries for their support, as well as to the countries who have worked with us to ensure that over 14,000 Mexican nationals can make it back to the country. Mr. Chairman, the COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the inequality in access to health. We cannot and should not go back to normal. We need to turn our back on the past and start to rethink our way of life. There has never been a better opportunity in history to join our efforts to improve food accessibility and also have more environmentally focused strategies and achieve other objectives that are under the Sustainable Development Agenda for the Americas and SDGs. In closing, Mr. Chairman, I would like to state that above and beyond the macroeconomic numbers, in our hemisphere, we have inequality. And this is why in Mexico, we have had multidimensional criteria established to reduce poverty in order to give us a better understanding of what the reality is, what the realities are that can sometimes hide behind macroeconomic numbers. This is why the OAS in 2018 adopted a multidimensional criteria document through which it urged continued progress for these criteria and asked donors to look at the eligibility criteria and to include different factors that reflect challenges and vulnerabilities in these countries in order to move away from a distorted number that can come from only looking at per capita income. In that resolution, the General Secretariat was asked to begin to address this situation and to submit a report. We believe that at this time, this topic has become even more pressing. Mr. Chairman, I would like to conclude by once again expressing Mexico's gratitude to our observer countries for their solidarity and for being strategic partners to OAS member countries. It's important to note that before the most intensive part of the pandemic started in Europe, a number of diplomats from our missions had the privilege of being part of the diplomatic training programs offered by the Kingdom of the Netherlands. And we're deeply grateful for that opportunity as Mexico. Thank you very much. Thank you to the alternate representative for your presentation. As a matter of fact, I called you ambassador at the beginning, but just wanted to recognize that. Thank you very much. Now, let me remind everyone that we have 12 member countries who have asked for the floor, and so I would like to ask each member country to try to be as brief as possible in their statements. Thank you very much. We now recognize Argentina. You have the floor, alternate representative, or interim, corrects the chair, interim representative of Argentina. You have the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Our first words are to welcome Ambassador Carmen Monton Jimenez as new permanent observer for Spain, and also bid farewell to our dear Ambassador Mendes, who is now going on to new endeavors. Mr. Chairman, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, representatives, observers, Argentina recognizes this important dialogue between observer states and member countries, which allow us to deepen synergies and build on the results of our hemispheric efforts in favor of sharing information and development and looking at common projects. We also acknowledge the resolution 102/18, which established holding this dialogue at least twice per year. And despite the current restrictions, we see that commitment and effort on the part of member countries to adhere to that mandate in the strictest terms. We also wish to underscore how important it is for this dialogue to be exactly that, a true dialogue between all countries, so that we can have effective dialogue with permanent observers. In this regard, at future meetings, we hope to be or to receive notice of meeting with more time to prepare. Given how little time we had, we were unable to compile all of the contributions made by all of the major players in Argentina. And I believe that it is important to share these at these kinds of dialogues. We will like to request that for the next meeting, we get more time to coordinate these efforts. The COVID-19 pandemic, which was caused by a variant of the coronavirus, has left many people dead and created consternation. It has not highlighted what has been done, but rather what needs to be done to alleviate poverty and extreme poverty, to strengthen healthcare systems and to address hunger and inequality. But it has also highlighted solidarity among people and the importance of international cooperation through actions. This is when nations come together to help each other. Fortunately, under this organization, international cooperation has been and continues to be an effective activity that continues to flow. And that goes for member countries amongst themselves and also between member countries and observer countries, which has been handled through our institutions at the organization and adhering to the boundaries of the Charter. We have listened very closely to the different remarks by permanent observers and the efforts that they have done over the years to enhance the 4 pillars of this organization are commendable, as well as plans for future cooperation. And we hope that these can come together with the different efforts and plans that we have as member countries within our different agencies to enhance our actions and have stronger impact. At this time, given the work done by hemispheric organizations specializing in specific sectors are important, such as PAHO. Permanent observers are strategic partners of the OAS in that regard, and their contributions will allow us to develop very important projects for this organization. The Republic of Argentina is hopeful that this dialogue will continue to grow and to be authentic, efficient, and respectful. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Representative, for your remarks. At this time, we're going to offer the floor to the Permanent Representative of Ecuador, Ambassador Hativa. You have the floor, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for convening this special meeting of the Permanent Council and for helping us address this issue. But allow me to first acknowledge our permanent observers, particularly those who have all made the very valuable contributions to this conversation, and to all observers for their contributions to ensure that this organization continues being as effective. Allow me to also welcome the new Ambassador of Spain, Ambassador Jimenez, and I wish your predecessor all the best. The outbreak and spread of COVID-19 are the reason we have come together to discuss common projects and the partnership that we have and how we can be even more strategic and how all of that can be very important in highlighting our work together. And Ecuador is very grateful to all permanent observers for their contributions and assistance to mitigate the impact of COVID-19. Saudi Arabia, Belgium, the Republic of Korea, China, Spain, France, India, Finland, Italy, and Norway, the Netherlands, Qatar, and the European Union and others. Thank you all. This multifaceted crisis that is not only a health crisis has led to hundreds of thousands of people dying around the world, and it has had devastating impacts, not only because of the economic and health impact, but also because of what it does to our democracies, which can have increased frustration in our people by creating political instability and creating restrictions that go beyond just protecting lives, which has challenged our institutions and our democracies. COVID-19 is also an economic and social crisis, and as ECLAC and other international financial institutions have said, this augurs a devastating impacts on emerging countries with drops in GDP that go from 5 to 8% in some of these countries, and in some cases can be even higher, and which highlight an increase in poverty, extreme poverty, and of course confirm the inequality that exists in our region. In my country, initially one of the most impacted in the region, we have had to address a tragedy that was unprecedented in very poor economic conditions, seeing as we had fiscal deficits that are now impacted by the drop in oil prices, and has impacted the currency market and has led to $12 billion less in income and revenue. We have tried to do everything we can and turn to donations and loans to provide economic relief to companies and guarantee employment and protect other disadvantaged populations. We've also drastically reduced costs through a number of different steps and reduced government operations, and also have stepped in to help our economy. This is the scenario in which development assistance is an instrument that cannot be replaced by anything else. Negotiations and refinancing and restructuring external debt all become very important. And that is exactly what was mentioned by the Secretary of Spain. Through the contributions, both in kind and economic resources provided by member countries, we have been able to get assistance. And we once again thank all other players who have helped us through this crisis. And this unprecedented crisis requires that we continue to have open and constructive dialogue at this organization to address the true reality and the development gaps of our countries, seeing as most of our countries are middle-income countries, as they're called. The guidelines that can go, or I should say also apply to other organizations, should be all followed as we establish a path to follow to continue to work to recover from this crisis and achieve the SDGs and have a true partnership that helps all of our countries through public policy that focus on rights to ensure that no one is left behind. The starting point for this is to understand that there should be a new concept, not based only on the macroeconomic indicator that we see in GDP, and actually look at something that takes into account the multidimensional nature of development, including structural gaps that continue to exist and the vulnerabilities our region is facing, such as the shifts in our demographic makeup, climate change, and others. It is also key to work with all industries to increase competitiveness of our countries, which can help bring us closer together with our donors to move us forward, because competitiveness should be seen as one of the new criteria for development. And so these are just some thoughts that don't seek to push us forward, but rather deepen what we have already done in the efforts that we want to continue making going forward. This pandemic requires more solidarity for the good of our peoples. And the OAS, under the leadership of the Secretary General, is the ideal platform for building on joint efforts and for improving our development and economic assistance policies. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. I now offer the floor to the alternate representative of the United States. You have the floor, Representative Alexis Ludwig.
A special welcome to the representatives of the observer states here to the Permanent Council. We certainly appreciate your support and collaboration in financial terms and in-kind terms and concrete terms in the cross-fertilization of information exchanges. And I think we saw those different kinds of supports highlighted in the presentations you made here, and they really do underscore the important role that you as observer states play here in the OAS. I'd also like to make a special thank you to the OAS's Department of External and Institutional Relations for facilitating that relationship with observer states and bringing them closer into the fold in an effort to diversify the sources of support that the OAS needs in order to remain active and remain relevant in the broad sphere of its activities. The United States is committed to making the OAS responsive and relevant to today's challenges, including the COVID challenges, and we're committed to building on Secretary General Almagro's successes in his first term as this second term unfolds. And we're looking forward to working with fellow member states, with observer states, and with the OAS itself to make this happen. Just a special note to really emphasize that member states also must do their part to cover their fair share of the financial burden. And I'm saying this because, as most of us are aware, the new quota structure will be implemented starting this year. And I think that rhetorical support for multilateral action is fine and good, but it must now be matched by financial support and by other kinds of concrete support. And in this context, we really stress the need to focus on the comparative advantages of the Organization of American States, including by rationalizing our mandates. And this includes with respect to the COVID crisis, whose epicenter, according to experts, is now the Western Hemisphere and Latin America and the Caribbean. And this poses a series of critical challenges across all four pillars of our organization's work. So in that context, I think it's critical that we focus on the important and we let the lesser important things go so that we can ensure that the OAS is able to do its core work on such activities as electoral observation missions and anti-corruption mandates, and get the funding the organization needs, and not just with a disproportionate reliance on voluntary contributions. Again, in this respect, the observer state role, the observer states' roles is critical and are critical in providing specific funding, in fostering exchanges of best practices, in raising the global awareness of innovations that are happening here in the OAS, and in sharing best practices and innovations that are happening in your area. And in that way, I really, truly, sincerely hope that observer states will continue to see the value of the Organization of American States and increase their voluntary funding contributions to enable us together to continue to deepen and expand our work throughout the three pillars. Again, a special thanks to the Department of External and Institutional Relations. A special thanks to our colleagues from observer states, and we look forward to continuing and deepening our work together in the future. So thank you very much.
Merci. Merci au représentant suppléant des États-Unis.
Thank you very much to the representative of the United States. Costa Rica is recognized. I give you the floor.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for convening this special session, and thank you for the opportunity to listen to presentations from our permanent observers. I would like to salute and welcome the new ambassador from Spain, and we are delighted to see more female ambassadors in the OAS. I would like to recognize the pain that the entire international community is feeling right now due to COVID-19, and we express our solidarity with affected families around the world. And thank you very much to the special observers for sharing all of this with us today. We have seen one of the largest challenges we have faced as a planet in the last several decades. And in the framework of this organization, we are committed to promoting the well-being of our citizens as well as democracy and their human rights, and avoiding any practices that would put our well-being at risk. We are forging a path toward multilateralism and solidarity and cooperation. And I would like to see us move more quickly toward normality. And as part of this collective action, Costa Rica has called for solidarity and action as part of the WHO, where we are calling on all states to work with academia and civil society in order to, in the spirit of collaboration and voluntarism, share our best practices in moving toward reopening with a focus on the public good. And we are working with many countries, including 16 member states and 9 observers of the OAS. On behalf of the President of the Republic of Costa Rica, we are delighted to be part of this initiative, and we call on all member states to not let this opportunity pass you by and to make a decision in moving forward in the interest of mankind. We are working with civil society, academia, and others. This is essential, and that is why we need to work with all of our allies and brotherly countries to share best practices, as well as those shared by the special observers. This is a great opportunity. We would like to thank the People's Republic of China and South Korea for sharing their information. In particular, in June, our First Lady in Costa Rica, as part of the World Environment Day, worked with other First Ladies of ALMA countries to work with young people and His Holiness Pope Francis. And this was an opportunity to share a space with young people and the new generation to think about building a more unified and sustainable world. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Spain and other allies which are part of this process for strengthening our government's capacities and those of our communities, protecting Nicaraguan refugees and migrants. This can be replicated in other communities. This is an excellent benefit for all countries of our region to follow. We would also like to note the work underway as part of this effort. It is very relevant given the current context. Challenges make us stronger, and we are now looking at shared opportunities and initiatives. This includes ACT Accelerator, which brings together many heads of state, including President Macron of France and the President of Costa Rica. We are making significant strides in this area. We'd like to thank France for its willingness to work alongside Costa Rica in creating this initiative to protect the tourism sector, which is one of the sectors that has been most affected by the pandemic. Economic recovery will be long and difficult, and that is why we know that countries cannot work alone and they cannot attempt to repeat past mistakes. That is why we need to work with most member states of the OAS to create favorable conditions in order to get out of this crisis. That is why the president of Costa Rica has called on international financial organizations to provide better conditions for accessing resources in the face of the pandemic. Each commitment and each step forward counts. This tireless work, this solidarity, this unity is necessary if we are going to protect the well-being and the future of each of our citizens and create real conditions necessary to rebuild our lives. We count on our friends, the permanent observers, in this endeavor. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Costa Rica. I will now give the floor to the representative of the Dominican Republic, Lilia Sanchez. Dominican Republic, you are recognized. Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon. Thank you to the member states of the OAS, to the observers, Secretary General of the OAS, alternative representatives. The permanent mission of the Dominican Republic would like to give a warm welcome to Carmen Monton Jimenez of Spain. We wish you the very best in your endeavors. I would like to begin expressing solidarity with all of the permanent observers to the OAS for your very human focus on the international pandemic of COVID-19. The DR would like to thank the chair of the Permanent Council, as well as the Secretary of Foreign Affairs of the OAS for holding meetings such as today, even if they are held virtually. I would like to express our solidarity with each and every one of you and our willingness to continue exchange, dialogue, and promoting best practices in particular. This is an opportunity in the face of the pandemic to strengthen all of these mechanisms. In the face of our quarantine, the DR has adopted measures to counteract the economic, social, and health effects and challenges caused by the pandemic. To share some of these measures, we have declared a state of emergency as of the month of March. We have limited meetings and public transportation. We have also closed all non-essential business in order to fight COVID-19. The president of the DR has declared a healthcare emergency and created a national hotline to provide information on COVID-19, as well as to ensure that hospitals are prepared to handle cases of the virus. Throughout all of this, the DR has turned to public administration to provide special healthcare conditions for employees who are now working from their homes. We are pleased with the results when it comes to working from home as well as distance education. We also have been working with communications companies to limit the payment of interest rates and credit card payments to a very low percentage each month. In order to assist farmers through the agricultural bank, we have extended a payment period from 30 to 90 days. We also have suspended certain taxes in various sectors of the economy. This is to benefit companies in the private sector. We have also adopted preventive measures. This includes disinfection and cleaning measures throughout the country in the public sector as well as the private. And we have been working to clean the streets and our jails. I would like We also have been promoting the use of masks in all public spaces. We have worked to ensure that healthcare is accessible and available. We have not seen major changes in our exchange rate as a result of all of these measures, and this is extremely important for our country and our region. In order to ensure that all Dominican citizens have enough food on their table, we have been providing food rations for the most vulnerable sectors of society. This is in coordination with the National Institute of Welfare. We have been distributing food in areas where it is most needed. We have had a national campaign for a stay-at-home project, which has been in place now for 2 months. We also have been working with 190 families categorized as the most vulnerable. They are receiving temporary assistance. As part of this program, we have been working with heads of households in areas particularly vulnerable to coronavirus. And this includes over 150,000 homes. We have been working with with over 2,000 businesses, and we have seen an increase in demand for these services. 5.2 million Dominican citizens were protected by this solidarity assistance as part of the stay-at-home program. We have added 70,000 new households to this program, and that includes those working in the informal sector. As of April and May, we have been working to provide coordinated healthcare services and security measures in the face of the virus. We are highly aware of the issue of inclusion in these programs when it comes to the most vulnerable sectors of the society. We have been now working in phases to reopen in the face of coronavirus to ensure that we do not have a repeat of the initial outbreak. And we have been measuring their impact among the population. We began the phase 1 on May 20th. Companies were able to reopen with 50% personnel, and other companies were allowed to operate at 25% capacity. We also have been ensuring that masks are used at work, in public transport, and in public spaces, including on the street. We began phase 2 on June 3rd. In this phase, private and public transport companies have been able to begin operating. Small companies are able to work at 65% capacities, and other larger companies are able to operate at 100%. And if we see things develop positively, we will begin phase 3 on June 16th, in which small and micro enterprises will be able to begin operating, and companies with over 50 employees will be able to work at 75% capacity. At the same time, as of the beginning of phase 3, we will allow religious services 3 times per week, and phase 4 will begin on June 5th, in which all companies will be able to operate at 100% capacity. That includes hotels, tourism, and gyms, and cafeterias or restaurants. In order to avoid contagion, we will require certain healthcare and sanitation procedures, as well as temperature taking and other healthcare exams. Universities and schools will remain closed. A new school year calendar will be announced shortly. I would like to take this opportunity, Mr. President, to thank all of our special observers and permanent observers that have helped the Dominican Republic during this pandemic period. We have received lots of assistance, and this includes help on strategies for recovery following the pandemic. We can also say that many things in life have a before, a during, and an after. In the case of this crisis, we have been facing a lot of uncertainty and have been forced headlong into the unknown. We have a great challenge ahead of us. After the pandemic, we all need to implement our best practices to work on behalf of everyone in the Americas and avoid any other pandemics in our region. And this is a time when international organizations and our allies will help us in the face of adversity, working hand in hand with mechanisms that will allow us to benefit the entire region and our people. We need greater assistance, cooperation, and good practices and partnerships in order to overcome the negative effects of this pandemic and build a better future. Thank you very much to the Dominican Republic. I now will give the floor to more member states. We have 9 countries that have asked for the floor, and I remind you that we are limited. We have until 2 o'clock, and I would like to note that after 2 o'clock, the countries will not have access to interpretation. So I would ask that you please be brief in your remarks. Haiti is recognized. I give you the floor. Chair, I would like to thank you for giving me the floor on behalf of the Republic of Haiti. At this special meeting of the Permanent Council, we have heard very interesting comments from member states and observer states. I would like to take this opportunity to give a warm welcome to the new ambassador from Spain. This meeting has also allowed us to once again express our solidarity with observer countries which are also victims of this scourge of COVID-19. And we would like to reiterate the need to revitalize our relations in the region and with friendly countries which are observers to this illustrious organization. Haiti reiterates its interest in continuing to work hand in hand in recovery with observer countries. The technological support has been vital in our regional and national measures, and this will allow us to be better prepared at the global level and create a global response. Chair, our delegation is working to promote visibility of our partnerships with observer countries. Against this backdrop, we would like to expand our cooperation between the OAS and the observers in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic. The experience of most observer countries, which have succeeded in lowering their curve, can be vital in fighting the pandemic. Chair, the major financial institutions predict that there will be a disastrous socioeconomic impact in our region, and this is the result of the current crisis. It is clear that there are already structural problems at play exacerbating the situation, and the Haitian delegation would like to call on the OAS to strengthen its commitment to sustainable development and deepening cooperation with observer countries in order to help the most vulnerable to better recover their respective economies following COVID-19. Chair, my delegation would like to reiterate our strong and deep commitment to democracy and building a robust democracy. We know that it's only through free elections that we are able to ensure the appropriate policies for our people, and this includes elections for the municipal and government and parliament. We are totally committed to constructive dialogue based on democracy, cooperation, and mutual benefits. The OAS and all member states, as well as observer states, certainly play a vital role in boosting dialogue among peoples. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you to the Haitian delegation. Luis Alvarado is recognized. I give you the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. Do you hear me? My delegation would like to echo the statements made by my colleagues in thanking the observers for their presentations. We would also like to give a warm welcome to Carmen Monton Jimenez, the new permanent observer of Spain, and we recognize the excellent work carried out by her predecessor. We wish him most success in his future endeavors. Against the backdrop of the current global pandemic and the crisis that it has created, we note the importance of cooperation among countries. This must be harmonious cooperation that is respectful of each country's context without preconditions or demands on each country's public policies or priorities. This cooperation should be aimed at strategic alliances in order to preserve life, health, safety for all human beings with a holistic focus in the face of the COVID-19 crisis and its consequences throughout the entire planet. As of July this year, the president of Nicaragua, along with Italy and Taiwan, began working with international medical teams to fight COVID-19. I would like to salute the ambassador of Italy, who is here with us today. We were also informed that over 5,700,000 primary care visits took place in some of the most far-flung rural communities in Nicaragua. Nicaragua, despite our scanty resources, has been tackling this crisis head-on while modernizing our infrastructure, building new hospitals, 19 new hospitals, with 36,000 healthcare workers and 6,045 doctors. This healthcare infrastructure, as part of our national plan for preparing in the face of climate change and natural disasters, biological phenomena, this includes earthquakes, volcanoes, and hurricanes, has a focus on preventive actions to serve families and communities. As of February 9th this year, we began working on a protocol to prevent coronavirus in Nicaragua. We looked at successful cases and preventive measures to avoid transmission of the virus, with a plan aimed at serving the population. We stepped up border control And this was along the guidelines set by PAHO. We have noted the responses given in Nicaragua to this pandemic. We have seen cooperation from South Korea, Taiwan, Italy, and others. And we also reject the idea of powerful countries using destructive economic measures in the context of a global pandemic. This flies in the face of international standards and law, and we need to strengthen our healthcare systems while working to eradicate poverty and social exclusion. We demand an end to any aggressive economic policies, which are incorrectly known as sanctions. This aims to destabilize and promote fake news to damage Nicaragua, Cuba, and Venezuela. It is only through international cooperation and following the principles enshrined in the UN Charter that we will be able to ensure international peace and security. We cannot give in to flagrant aggression and war against sovereign nations, and we demand an end to these acts of aggression. On June 3rd, the Secretary for Public Policy in Nicaragua, at a conference of ministers for foreign relations in LAC, we see that a country with over 2 million inhabitants is facing economic aggression. During the time of a pandemic, we need all of the solidarity and assistance that we can get, and we demand an end to the use of nuclear weapons, without which humanity would be able to eliminate another major threat to our existence.
De pandemia es un crimen de lesa humanidad, impedir la capacidad de respuesta de los países.
He also added that the Federal Republic of Germany could help with medical supplies by leading net zero campaigns and eliminating weapons. Mr. Chairman, there is a pressing need for establishing a new economic international order that requires deep changes. These are structural changes to the economic system now for new patterns for production and consumption, to end poverty and to have more social equity with sustainable ways of life that help us preserve our ecosystems and the environment, focusing on the need for greater social protection and health. It is time for the major nations in the world to turn the page on historical international relations through the different old tools of domination and power to establish policies throughout the world. We need to focus more on friendship and harmony between peoples and countries, particularly in this time of a pandemic, in order to build peace, international security, and global trade, in order to overcome this global crisis. The fight against the COVID-19 pandemic requires deepening cooperation and international security. Nicaragua will continue to strengthen our policies based on defending a life of families and communities, and will continue to work on prevention, both for epidemic diseases and non-epidemic diseases. We'll continue to focus on different projects in order to end poverty and continue to ensure that no efforts are marred by our necessary response to this pandemic. And I'm referring to climate change and other efforts that are equally important. Thank you very much. We now offer the floor to the permanent representative of the Bahamas, Ambassador Sidney Cawley. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you so much for convening the special session of the Permanent Council so that we can hear from the permanent observers on this very timely topic of the COVID-19 pandemic. I also want to add my warm greetings and welcome to Ambassador Carmen Monton Jimenez from Spain, and to wish the outgoing ambassador all the best in his new endeavors. So let me express my delegation gratitude to the permanent observers for their presentation today and for their continued commitment to this organization as its member states. We heard from all of them this morning, committing generous human and natural and financial resources to help Caribbean countries and Latin American countries combat COVID-19 while they themselves are going through the same challenges. We are especially heartened to know that the measures that permanent observers states have taken to respond to COVID-19 crisis within their own countries, as well as their support for our region. The Bahamas recognizes the importance of permanent observers as partners in the OAS to further the organization's work in strengthening democracy, defending human rights, ensuring a multi-dimensional approach to security, and fostering integral development. Permanent observers have supported the Bahamas in many ways in the wake of natural disasters through various OAS projects and priority areas, through professional training opportunities, electoral observation missions, and through the sharing of information and best practices. Most recently, in March 2020, a member of my mission was able to participate in a week-long training program on regional cooperation at the Glendale Institute, graciously hosted by the government of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, a prime example of permanent observers assisting in the building of capacities in member states. We especially appreciate cooperation from permanent observers to the OAS programs and projects that benefit the Bahamas and sister countries to help to overcome the limitations and access that we often encounter, including at the bilateral level because of our quote-unquote high per capita income status. Cooperation between permanent observers and OAS member states is especially important now as COVID-19 has caused and will continue to cause severe consequences to the region. Chairman, while the Bahamas are still in the throes of restoration and rebuilding efforts, following the widespread destruction caused by Category 5 Storm Dorian in September 2019, it was suddenly forced to face another crisis in the COVID-19 pandemic. As a result of this new health crisis, the government of the Bahamas, like all of the governments in the region and in the hemisphere, was forced to declare a state of emergency, had to close schools, non-essential businesses, close our borders, prohibit inter-island travel throughout our archipelago, impose restrictive curfew and lockdown measures, and withdraw from hosting the historic 50th anniversary of the General Assembly of this stellar organization. These containment measures were especially difficult to impose given the Bahamas' reliance on tourism, which accounts for 50% of our GDP and employs about 50% of our workforce. To date, Bahamas has 103 confirmed cases, 11 deaths. Through the measures imposed by the government as assisted in containing and controlling the spread of COVID-19 that have left the economy struggling. As a result of the containment efforts and given the damage caused by Hurricane Dorian, The economy is expected to contract by 12.5% in 2020, with unemployment climbing to 10% above that of 2019. As part of a comprehensive pandemic response strategy, the government has appointed an economic recovery committee to advise on ways to jumpstart the economy following COVID-19, with a focus on job creation and stimulating small and medium-sized business development. Additionally, the government has established a national food committee to steer collaboration among public institutions, private sector, and civil society organizations to improve food distribution, especially to the most vulnerable groups in our society. And finally, Chair, as the Bahamas containment efforts relax, and as it begins its phased reopening, we know and recognize that the road ahead is going to be a challenging one. Countries like the Bahamas face special vulnerabilities, which further exacerbate the COVID-19 crisis and its fallout. Factors such as reliance on the tourism industry, lack of access to concessional financing due to the flawed use of the per capita income criteria, susceptibility to natural disasters, and a limited physical space for substantial expenditures in public health system will make our recovery even that more difficult. Nevertheless, Chair, Bahamas is committed with its fight. Though we are mindful that the pandemic will cause a shift in the priorities of permanent observer states, we know that multilateralism is a means to overcome this crisis. We are grateful for the permanent observers' continued partnership, and we look forward to navigating these unprecedented times together with the permanent observers. Thank you, Chair.
Merci beaucoup, ambassadeur. Maintenant, j'accorde la parole à la représentante permanente du.
Now offer the floor to Ambassador Scioli from Guatemala. You have the floor, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Guatemala is pleased with this fourth special meeting of the Virtual Permanent Council, which follows up on fostering dialogue on cooperation, sharing of information, and a deepening partnership between members and permanent observers of our organization. I wish to begin by congratulating the permanent observer of Spain, Ambassador Jimenez, on presenting her credentials for the first time in this organization virtually, and wish her great success throughout her tenure. We congratulate her as the first woman representing her country in this capacity. I'd like to take this opportunity to also bid farewell to Ambassador Cristobal Valdez, whose work is recognized in this organization, and we also wish him great success in the future. At this meeting, I would like to acknowledge the Secretary of State of Foreign Affairs for Ibero-America and the Caribbean, Her Excellency Sheena Galax, and permanent observers and ambassadors. We thank each of you for your valuable remarks and for sharing your experiences. On behalf of the people and government of Guatemala, we express our solidarity and condolences given the huge loss of life due to COVID in each of the observer countries. Given this harsh reality we're all facing, we value even more the interest displayed by observers and their attendance today and their continued contributions and support. So the OAS in achieving its strategic pillars and commitments for solidarity going forward towards the member countries of this organization help us address health, economy, and social challenges in our countries who are impacted by this pandemic. We thank the Secretary General, Luis Almagro, and the Office of the Strategic Council and Department of External Affairs for the support and for all the work of all of the staff in continuing to strengthen this platform for constructive and political dialogue throughout the Americas. Mr. Chairman, contributions from observers have been crucial for this organization, for cooperation and technical assistance as well, because this assistance has helped us strengthen our democracies and protect human rights and build on our development agendas and ensure multidimensional security. We're grateful for the generous contributions in 2019 to the OAS and for the bilateral support we have gotten from our permanent observers throughout this crisis. Mr. Chairman, Guatemala recognizes as a key part of the 4 pillars of our organization, the promotion of democracy and strengthening of political processes in our member countries, which result in peace, security, and development. In that regard, we appreciate from our permanent observers their contributions to deploying electoral observation missions for the 2 rounds of elections in Guatemala in 2019, which helped all of the efforts from friends and other countries, members of the OAS. This contribution and technical assistance has been key and helps the OAS's efforts in the Americas. Mr. Chairman, Guatemala shares the vision of this deep connection between democracy and development. When there is hunger and food insecurity, illiteracy, lack of housing, or diseases, there's a limitation of the ability of the most vulnerable to come together and express themselves. This inequality that comes from extreme poverty and low development levels in our region has been exacerbated by this pandemic. As SICA countries have expressed, extreme hunger and malnutrition are one of the major obstacles in continuing to work towards the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda and SDG 2, Zero Hunger. I'd like to take this opportunity to convey our solidarity to our sister Republic of El Salvador, given the major impact caused by Storm Amanda throughout the entire country in terms of food security as well and other aspects of the country. Guatemala, unfortunately, understands that this is a scourge that we all face as countries in the region and hits us particularly hard during this crisis. We would like to express our special thanks to Italy for their help in providing food during COVID-19, and we're also pleased to know that during the next chairmanship of Italy at the G20, food security will be one of the key focus areas. This is something that affects our most vulnerable in our region, and today has led to high malnutrition and chronic malnutrition in our region. We highlight the role that the OAS can play here through the Integral Development Secretariat and the Secretariat of Access to Rights and Equity. We'd like to take an opportunity to also underscore the special efforts of the General Secretariat of the organization as it seeks peaceful settlement of disputes. We highly value the OAS's presence in the adjacency zone between Belize and Guatemala. We also thank our friends for their support to the organization so that we can continue carrying out the work that we as member states have given to the organization as a mandate. Deepening ties between the 2 countries is important even during this time of pandemic. We also recognize the government of the Netherlands for establishing a program for judicial facilitators and give special thanks to the Glendale Institute on International Relations for the Regional Cooperation and Training Program for member countries of this organization, which includes my country. This program will undoubtedly have an impact that will be medium and long-term and strategic in nature in terms of deepening ties between Europe and the Americas. Mr. Chairman, we are hopeful that during this crisis, we can take the opportunity we have in multilateralism and international cooperation to come out of this crisis. We embrace the call for solidarity so that together we can overcome the COVID-19 crisis. And as Monsignor Miles said, we should continue to work together as a family of humanity. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador. We now offer the floor And let me just remind delegations that we have 7 more requests for the floor, but we have to conclude by 2 p.m. And so I ask for your help so that we can end on time. I now offer the floor to the alternate representative of Uruguay. Alternate Representative Sotelo, you have the floor. There we go, the camera's on. My apologies. I can't fix this problem, says the ambassador. First of all, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Allow us to first and foremost, once again, recognize the important role played by permanent observers. And we welcome this special meeting of the Permanent Council. We also appreciate the very interesting remarks we heard from different participants in this meeting and permanent observers, and join others in welcoming the permanent observer of Spain to the OAS, Ambassador Carmen Monto Jimenez. We wish you great success during your tenure. We also extend our greetings and bid farewell to Ambassador Cristobal Pindes. We understand that at this time we're pushed to seek dialogue and foster more dialogue and cooperation across the board so that we can take on the new challenges that come from the COVID-19 crisis and the situation that will arise after this pandemic. We will believe that at that time we will need to have new impetus in our programs. We will need to seek new initiatives in essential areas, which will be possible through renewed dialogue with permanent observers, among other efforts. Lastly, we wish to underscore and appreciate publicly the support we've gotten from the Netherlands in support for the development of the member countries and institutional support. Thank you very much. Thank you to the alternate representative of Uruguay. I now offer the floor to the permanent representative of Canada, Ambassador Atzit. You have the floor, sir.
Monsieur le Président, et bonjour tout le monde. Si me permite, deseo comenzar dando una cálida bienvenida a nuestra nueva.
And thank you, everyone. I would like to begin by offering a warm welcome to our colleague, permanent observer of Spain. We look forward to working closely with you to advance our shared interests within this organization. I wish to also take this opportunity to thank your predecessor for his work and for his friendship during his work here.
Permanent pour leur exposé d'aujourd'hui et d'avoir partagé avec nous leur
permanent observers for their presentations and for the information they have shared regarding the efforts to build democracy and human rights and addressing security needs and development needs in the region during this very specific context when we are all hit by the COVID-19 pandemic. We all greatly appreciate your commitment as permanent observers and your enriching perspectives as well as your multiple contributions to the OAS.
I wanted to mention perhaps, though, just a couple of examples of collaboration that we've been fortunate to have with some permanent observer missions recently. For example, very happy to have a chance to work with the Permanent Mission of France in 2019 on the release of a report on freedom of expression, women journalists and freedom of expression, and also to work with France and Mexico on the Forum on Women's Economic Rights and Empowerment that took place just before we all went into a COVID lockdown. Also pleased to work with Switzerland and the mission of Costa Rica on promoting the Montreux document, a very key important document on improving the standards of private security contractors and the contribution to peace and security. And several have mentioned the opportunity given by the Netherlands to participate in the Klingendale Institute, and that's something we also were fortunate to be able to participate in as well. So we're very, very grateful for that. And maybe a note in particular as well. It's a chance to say thank you to those permanent observer missions of governments who worked with us very closely over the last couple of months to help Canadian citizens return back home during the pandemic crisis. And we know, of course, thanks to our colleagues in missions here as well, but we wanted to take this opportunity to send that thank you because it was quite important for us, and many missions and permanent observer missions and your governments helped with the return of literally tens of thousands of Canadians back home, and we're appreciative of those efforts. I think one of the things that's come out of this pandemic has been a highlighting of the need to deliver on our joint commitments as an international community to strengthen health systems and reinforce prevention, emergency planning, and preparedness worldwide. There's been efforts that we have made as well in that area recently. Again, with brief time, just a couple of examples to point to. Several have mentioned the May 9th launching of the coronavirus global response, aiming to raise an initial $8 billion to support research, testing, treating, and helping to prevent the spread of COVID-19. That's something we've been able to contribute to, and since that date, we've announced over $850 million of domestic and international investments that align with that particular target. Also pleased to work with the United Kingdom. Canada and the United Kingdom are co-leading a development ministers contact group on COVID-19, working to coordinate international assistance responses in both the immediate and the mid to longer term as well. And maybe, although there's other examples, but I know we're short of time, maybe I could just say that we will continue to work hand in hand with all of our international partners, many of whom are present today, to reduce the risks of COVID-19 and to ensure that our efforts are guided by considerations of equity and support to the poorest and most vulnerable, another theme that came up today. So, Mr. President, and colleagues, as we start to ease some restrictions, we must all remain vigilant to avoid a resurgence of COVID-19. We must remain on top of this. We all remain at risk if we don't work together. We need to continue our joint leadership in facilitating multilateral cooperation, and today's discussion, I think, is a good example of that. We also need to continue working on countering disinformation and other elements of what some have described as the infodemic. And we continue to need strong collective actions to ensure recovery for the next generation, and also to make sure that we're better prepared for this in the future. Thanks to the OAS Secretariat for External Relations for supporting these discussions with these important partners that we have. And thank all of the permanent observers today for your presentations, and we're looking forward to continuing to work with you. Muchas gracias. Thank you. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Ambassadeur Adzet, pour cette présentation.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for your presentation. Now, before I offer the floor to the representative of Barbados, I would like to come back to Raul Martinez of Paraguay, the alternate representative. Alternate representative, you have the floor. I believe he has arrived. You have the floor, sir. Well, first and foremost, my delegation wishes to welcome the new head of mission of Spain, Ambassador Carmen Monton. We wish you great success in your work. The delegation of Paraguay appreciates this dialogue on cooperation, sharing of information, and promoting partnerships with permanent observers. This is a key meeting at a time when throughout the world, we see our capacity to respond as an organization put to the test. The current COVID-19 pandemic requires robust leadership from governments and multilateral response as regional organizations, as well as cooperation with all, including the public. 4 months ago, it would have been impossible to imagine that sectors that had been doing very well are currently facing the biggest challenges at this time. This pandemic has been an opportunity for many to rethink their actions and to adapt, and we can mention as key examples the new challenges in work and cybersecurity, port and customs protection, counter narcotics, as well as other vulnerabilities that our public faces as areas where we have rethought our strategies. As governments and multilateral organizations, we recognize the permanent observers as strategic partners of our organization. At a time when the spirit of solidarity and cooperation throughout the hemisphere is vital, the OAS must continue to strengthen its position and guarantee more rights for more people through its efforts and beyond the pandemic. This will require ongoing action to address the economic and social impact that, according to forecasts, will be with us for some time. We're aware of the major efforts made by permanent observers to continue their cooperation programs, and we thank you for your commitment to member countries. We believe that the support we've gotten from you for our democracies has been key, and that has been through the deployment of EOMs and other counter-corruption mechanisms. The cooperation that we get from you to address COVID-19 will always be valued. Mr. Chairman, I wish to end by reiterating our commitment to sharing information and sharing best practices with our permanent observers and other member countries. Thank you, Paraguay, says the chair. Thank you for your presentation.
It's going to be 2 p.m. and for us to, we will continue without interpretation. So now I give the floor to Ambassador Lynch from Barbados. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, colleagues, excellencies all. Many thanks for convening this morning or afternoon now meeting. Many thanks to all of the permanent observers who were present and who contributed to our dialogue today. We welcome the new permanent observer of Spain, as has been echoed by other persons, and we thank His Excellency Cristobal Valdez for his contribution to the development of our countries while he was here. We greatly value the support of all observer missions to our organization, and we thank you for sharing your experiences as well. Your continued commitment to all of our countries' interests makes for a better hemisphere and ultimately for a better world. Member states of the OAS have benefited significantly from your contributions, particularly your contribution to fighting the most significant crisis of our time, the COVID-19 pandemic. It is important to point out that even though this crisis emerged as a health crisis, the economic impact on our economies already besieged by both climatic and economic shocks, including heavy indebtedness and high exposure to natural disasters, has been devastating. There can be no doubt that COVID-19 will have a profound and lasting impact on the welfare of our countries and our region for years to come. Our governments have put the health and the well-being of our populations first, and I'm pleased to report that this effort has kept the rate of infection particularly low in the Caribbean. As a matter of fact, one of the lowest rates of infection even amongst developed countries all across the globe. However, this effort has come at tremendous cost in a region that already suffers a high level of vulnerability to both climatic and economic shocks. And with many of our economies already shouldering debt that is still significant, even with the progress made to reduce external debt levels in recent years. Our countries face both domestic and external challenges from the crisis. The most significant of these include revenue and income losses, a fall off in investment, rising unemployment, increased indigence and poverty, the failure of small and medium-sized enterprises, and challenges to the financial system. The external challenges include a total shutdown of air and cruise travel, dealing a severe blow to the tourism and hospitality industry in the Caribbean, stress on related supply chains, including agriculture, manufacturing, and construction, a sharp contraction in larger economies, a downturn in commodity prices, the contraction of foreign direct investment flows and remittances, disruptions in transportation, and global supply chains. Our high debt levels and interest payments already limit public expenditure, and the fact that Caribbean economies have the highest debt to GDP ratios in the world, averaging 65.8% of GDPs in 2019. Reductions in production and income, along with increased borrowings, will further raise debt burdens for all of us. What is important for our countries is a secure mechanism for building resilience and reducing debt. It is urgent that there be effective coordination and interaction between multilateral donor countries and small debtor countries. CARICOM members will require further flexible support from multilateral institutions, including a permanent mechanism to ensure that lines of emergency financing in the face of disasters is always there. In light of this, the OAS, at the OAS, many more of the available resources must be committed to the development pillar as our countries seek to recover both socially and economically from this crisis. This is why we continue to encourage as well our observer partners to look more specifically at the work of the organization's development agency, SEDI. There can be no democracy without development. Additionally, the observer countries need to continue, the larger countries, to add your voice to the global dialogue and conversation of relieving our countries from being categorized as middle-income countries, excluding us from concessionary and grant financing. This skewed metric of GDP per capita categorizing us has proven again and again not to be the best measure of economic standing or progress for our countries. Further borrowing is simply not the answer. I encourage and continue to encourage as well the OAS's support and ask for their advocacy in engagement with the international community for better access to grants and concessional financing for our member countries. I also want to thank the Kingdom of the Netherlands for opening up your shores to many of our representatives who were able to benefit from the experience early this year. I'm obliged to you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Lynch, for your presentation. And now vamos a recibir la presentación del representante interino de Panamá, señor Rolando Barros. You have the floor.
Buenas tardes. Gracias, señor presidente. Nuestros saludos al señor secretario general, secretario general junto a nuestros queridos representantes de los países observadores que nos han acompañado en el día de hoy, agradeciendo también a la dirección, al Departamento de Relaciones Exteriores e Institucionales por crear el ambiente necesario para esta reunión. Sabemos de la hora, así que vamos a apresurarnos un tanto, en la medida en que también le damos la bienvenida a la distinguida embajadora Carmen Montón Jiménez y le damos también el mensaje de saludo y de buenos deseos y augurios al embajador Salín. Panamá confiere relevancia a las capacidades que nos aportan los estados observadores en el sistema interamericano, por lo que esta reunión merece toda la pertinencia en estos momentos de extrema prueba e impone resiliencia absoluta y determinación para salir adelante con las respuestas necesarias en este caso. Panamá en ese sentido ha adoptado medidas para afrontar las responsabilidades para superar este estado de situación que nos impone el oprobioso COVID-19. Panamá fue el primer país en Centroamérica y el tercero en la región que ha hecho estudios para hacer la secuenciación del SARS, lo que ha permitido trazar la procedencia del virus desde diferentes áreas y estudiar los conglomerados para saber de dónde vinieron los primeros virus al país, pero también permite saber la posibilidad de mutaciones y cómo va a evolucionar el COVID en nuestro país y la cepa que nos afectaría para poderla atender con vacunaciones y tratamientos clínicos necesarios. En ese sentido, el Ministerio de Salud de Panamá, con el apoyo de la Autoridad de Innovación Gubernamental a partir de los últimos días del mes de marzo, puso en funcionamiento la plataforma virtual Rosa, que permite que los pacientes puedan ser consultados por la vía digital sin tener que recurrir necesariamente a los centros de atención sanitaria. Se han establecido mecanismos de coordinación nacional y con organismos internacionales como la OPS, la OMS, OMISCA, con resultados contundentes y prácticos que estamos viendo su funcionalidad. Se han incrementado medidas de mitigación en base a la información científica para evitar la expansión de la epidemia. Asimismo, hemos procedido luego a establecer el cierre de fronteras como medida de protección también, recibiendo el apoyo y coordinando con nuestros países vecinos para que efectivamente no se produzca el incremento y la expansión del virus fatal. Panamá, luego con Canadá y Chile, el país que hace la mayor cantidad de pruebas por millón de habitantes en toda la región. Esta práctica ha permitido la detección temprana de contagiados y así evitar que los casos evolucionen y que no finalicen en decesos. Se han acondicionado hoteles, hospitales para la observación y tratamiento de pacientes, los cuales cuentan con personal médico y enfermera que atienden a los suministros y los medicamentos que requieren los pacientes que están y las personas que están bajo observación en esas instalaciones. Se habilitó y adecuó la instalación del Instituto Nacional de Medicina Física y Rehabilitación para la atención de pacientes afectados con COVID-19, el cual consta de 46 camas de hospitalización, 10 camas de unidad de cuidado intensivo y semi-intensivo y 10 consultorios en el triage respiratorio. En ese sentido, se ha establecido un comité de asesoría para que se puedan producir reuniones y contactos frecuentes con la comunidad para ir avanzando en superar los escenarios de crisis y superar también las necesidades de atención de nuestra población. Se inauguró el día 16 de abril el nuevo Hospital Integrado de Panamá Solidario, el cual fue construido en 28 días, dotado de tecnología de punta y sistema de bioseguridad, el cual cuenta con 100 camas, 26 de cuidado intensivo, sus respectivos ventiladores, unidades de acondicionadores de aire y servicios de emergencia adicional complementario para el personal que labora en la instalación. Señor presidente, en el día de hoy, en el espíritu de contribuir con los panameños que han quedado varados, hoy sale en estos momentos un vuelo de repatriación de panameños que parten desde nuestro aeropuerto internacional acá en Washington, de alrededor de 250 panameños que han quedado varados en todos los estados de la Unión, han sido concentrados para ir saliendo y regresando y reunificándose con su familia. En ese sentido, le damos las gracias a los estados que han contribuido, nuestros estados que han contribuido con tecnología y con asistencia para superar esta dramática situación. Efectivamente, por administración del tiempo, quisiéramos terminar en este punto. Muchas gracias, señor presidente, y a todos los participantes.
Muchas gracias a la delegación de Panamá. Muchas gracias a todos los países miembros que hicieron sus comentarios y muchas gracias a los países, a los observadores permanentes que nos gratificaron de sus presentaciones. Ahora me gustaría agradecer a los países, a los observadores permanentes que asistieron a esta reunión y que compartieron estas reflexiones, las reflexiones con nosotros. Las exposiciones hechas hoy harán parte, así que los comentarios harán parte de los minutos de esta sesión extraordinaria. El presidente considera que este tipo de diálogo enriquece el trabajo de la organización. Como lo mencioné antes, la asociación estratégica entre los Estados miembros y los países observadores es de una gran importancia. Es una asociación que da beneficio a los pueblos de Américas. Gracias por su participación. El orden del día está agotado. Levanto la sesión. Muchas gracias.